I'm here. Here.
Okay, and Anita is on PTO today, and Fred is joining us from home. With that, we'll get started with the prayer. Stephen, would you do us the honor? Stephen. So at this time, we'll have a flag song by the brothers. Let's to the drum for that beautiful song. At this time, we have space for the elders to speak. Jim, do you have a microphone?
Lantern special. Keksen PLC es was kuchel. Keskwas quiz. Sut angus PS kadau kanus. Us be hoche kutsuis. Hui en mistechlu be hotlu lekutawis. Nachatwas at squas quilt. Kasia ukep suchuel. Hui en the went to on March 1st. Sure, no to say. Yes, watching him through the set spent. To say and the went to say. Such me is me so. Quia attached and just who so she up kenny putti. See a chinil man out question. Takes when stakes up kenny sent good spent. Yet was it to teach me quas. Say una can quantities look as yes as to get to be hot. Change we kes en PLC sip kes spame kes Jamie kes ja kes kudlum. Tmitskali who kes well she ke hoot and jam and kes ja pkeni. Today I'm happy to be here. I'm happy the drummers are here, the councilmen. And I remember when the elders, Woodcocks and Kishulas, used to tell us, Pete Beaverhead used to tell me, when you have a life, when you get older, you'll just have stories you hear from a long time ago. That is right. You'll have the aches and pains. You'll feel the aches and pains. Today, I think about it. When I wake up, I thank the Creator I'm still alive, I'm still breathing. A lot of them gone away, our elders, our young people from this virus. Yeah, it's gone. They're gone. So the elders used to say, a long time ago, we used to go across the river and go hunting. They used to tell us stories in the evenings after we get done hunting. We used to ride horses, get back to camps. Then they would tell us a story with their elders. Goes on and on with their elders. And today, that's what I think about, Don't have too many more elders. We're elders, I guess. We have to keep going. And remember, they used to say, don't let go. Takas them. You can study con question. Don't let go of our language. Don't let go of anything. Everything's changed. One day somebody told me, you have to go with the flow today. Yeah, we get all excited when it gets hot. Everything was air conditioned, cars air conditioned. You don't have it air conditioned, you got your head out the window. Yeah, that's right. We wait until the last minute. We always say, wait till the last minute and I'll get my air condition fixed. Last minute for everything. Last minute to go see the doctor. Last everything. I'm like that. Yeah, today I'm happy. Counting on that celebration for one day. Just one day. You know, I was reading, did you guys get one for that celebration? There's 2 snake dances in that one day. One at 2 o'clock and I think one at 7. I was talking to, I don't know. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Anyone looked at it on a laptop. That's where we got our information. So we got to be ready. We got to be ready to go dance, do something. In almost 2 years, remember we used to go to the early powwow, would be down there camping already, and drummers, dancers, everybody from all over coming over. Early powwow is a big name, you know, for powwow. We're going to the early powwow. Yeah, last year I went over there and I parked by the fence by the powwow ground. Seemed like I could hear the drums, the people. Nobody there. That's how it is, you know. That's how it is. No more going across the river hunting, riding the horses. No more posting poles. I remember when I used to go cut wood, 70, 75 a cord. Ball tires, no tail lights. A lot of things changed, you know. A lot of things changed. Go get some gas, you could buy a chicken, you could buy a pizza. Got money. So today, I'm happy and I'm sad to see you back around. I missed you. I always argue with this guy. Yeah. A lot of things changed, you know. When he's not around, we depend on people, you know, to clean up, you know, what to do. Go to places where it's not done, and we say, boy, when they were here, it always was clean, you know, it's always something to do. You tell people, come on, let's do it, they do it. We count on those people. It's not like that anymore, you know. Long time ago, the elders used to get up and We respect the elders a long time ago. We did it for nothing. Had no choice. You had to do it. Today you have your hand out if you're going to do something, you know. Going through how much money you going to pay me? A lot of things changed, you know. I saw it. And this virus is here. The elders knew something was going to come. It's here now. We have to live with it. Wear masks, wash our hands, take care of yourself. It's been a hard year for all of us, you know, staying home. We finally got to live with our wives, our husbands. Yeah, especially me. I just laugh at myself. But the thing is, I don't know if it's a good life. Us elders, you know, we know what the life was a long time ago, you know. We know it was going to get cold. We were ready for it. We had our deer meat, we had whatever for the winter. Wood, we got our wood. Summertime, we were ready for the 100 degrees. We were just ready. We never get excited. We were ready for it. Had potato cellars. We had gardens. Yeah, that's where it was a long time ago. I remember when the agency was down at Dixon yet. I remember the old horn, you know, everybody's running, make sure they get to work. Yeah, that was a long time ago. So today, I got my air conditioned. We got air conditioning here. We got a mic. So I'm happy today. I'm happy I'm still here. I'm happy we're having 1 day celebration, even if it's 1 day. I'm happy for that. I miss the people, even if it's just a tribe, just the tribal members, you know. Yeah, it's going to be nice. And I'm glad whoever sent somebody up there and got my bridge fixed. I remember when Mickey Pablo was still alive, you know. I need a bridge. He went and got my bridge fixed. Now I need to fix my bridge. Need a couple boards. Nobody wanted to do it because they would say it's Lake Counties, it's the other tribe, it's this one. They kept fighting back and forth. I said, Mickey Pablo fixed that, asked the tribal to fix that bridge. So that's tribal. But anyway, I'm happy today, you know. I got a bridge. All of you, I'm just happy. Help the people, you know. Help the elders. I don't care if they're making a lot of money, they're still working, help them out, you know. They should be helped, you know. Because you should be proud the elders are still working, you know. Yeah, that's my, you know, you look at it that way. Oh, you're making too much money. We can't help you. I don't think it goes that way, you know. Just be happy that they're still working. Help them out, you know. So anyway, didn't mean to talk this long. I'm so used, I'm gonna buy one of these things, you know. Yeah, just when I get it, it just gets stuck, Yeah. You're going to have to fight me for this mic. So anyway, I'm happy to have my bridge. I'm happy to be here. And I got one question to ask. Are we going to have lunch here today or not? Everybody looks at each other up there. No, no lunch. Except good stuff over there. So anyway, thank you, all you people, and the 4th of July, and thank you, Esia. Damn.
Shirley would like to speak.
Pasia, Pisan Skelly, Istamadlis. Good morning, everyone. To all my relatives, to all my friends, my family. Stephen said a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about, and I agree with him. A lot of things happen, and we're still here. We're still doing our best to make a go of everything. But when there's something that's really strongly in my heart, and that is our reservation lands and our reservation waters. That's ours. But so many people are taking advantage. They think they can do it just because it's on Indian property, Indian reservation. They think it's okay to do that, to abuse our lands and our waters. And I don't agree with that. I don't like it because of everything that our people had to go through to get to where we are. Some of those people were my mother and her sisters. They were, I don't know what you'd call them. They loved our land, they loved our water, they loved the people. They didn't want our people to lose out. But that's what's happening nowadays. Our people go to the lakes, to go camping or fishing or whatever, or to the river, or to go out in the mountains to pick berries and other stuff. There's no room. Non-members are taking over. They're up there, they're out there, taking our space. I was listening to a recording and Pete Beaverhead said, they're crowding us out. So that's really strong in my heart these days. And I worry that with the coming times when our people can't go in up and pick berries, and it's already come where the people can't go camping in their favorite spots. So that's really strong on my heart. And I would like to say that there's many young people who are working hard to learn the language. the language of the CSKT. There's a few already who are getting pretty fluent, and I was really amazed at how quickly that they have learned what they know already, and I'm really proud of them. And more people are interested, and I think if a lot of the people didn't have to work, they would surely join in those classes. But you can, to some point, on Facebook, and the Culture Committee has a language app. And I did some classes a long time ago when I first started at the Culture Committee. They're still showing those on YouTube. And so if you want to learn the language, don't give up. Learn what you can. Regain some of what was removed from our lives for different reasons. Don't stop learning. There's lots to learn, good things, really good things. I'm proud of our CSKT people for all that they have managed to keep for all of our people. Really, one of the things too that's strong in my mind is that our river, people recreate there. It's like people have said there's so many people there. There's people raising cane with our ground on their ATVs and their motorbikes. And another person was telling me that they were at the river, probably fishing and picnicking and just relaxing. And a carload of people stopped there. And not too far from where they were, those people were shooting their pistols or their guns across the river. I don't know what they hoped to accomplish, but they could have hurt somebody. Somebody innocent could have got killed out there. That's why I'm kind of pushing for everybody to take a hand. Give some good thoughts to solve that. That is so bad. So sad if some of our people or some kids got hurt on the river by someone just aimlessly shooting for the heck of it. So I'm just kind of telling the council, asking you, please do something about those kind of things before we have some tragedies. Lam for listening.
Anybody else? You're too late. No.
I'd like to just say a few words. I was glad what Shirley said. Over by Kerr Dam, Hammers Dam, there's some people up there camping. They got their big trailers up there. So I wish the game warden would go up there, check them out. There's a lot of people go up there, so take care of that. So, them.
Anybody else? Couple more. All right.
I'm gonna get my, like Stephen. There's just a couple of points I saw in the minutes. Fred Matt made a comment to designate tribal lands, some tribal lands for tribal member use only. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. And a comment from Tom McDonald to close tribal lands to camping for non-tribal people. I think we tried that a few years ago, and that didn't go over very good with the people who live around, but maybe there's some way we could get around that. I'm really pushing hard for our land and our water and our people.
Thank you, Sherry. I just want to say one thing, welcome back. You're looking at the loneliest man in the complex. I was actually thinking of recruiting a bunch of mannequins to put out in them chairs so I wouldn't feel so lonesome. Welcome.
Last chance. No? Okay, with that, we'll go with our council updates. And we'll start with Carol.
I'm not ready, Madam Chair. No. No, thank you, and good morning, and happy 4th of July. I have either a lot to report or I could probably say very little because there is so much going on. And I guess I want to start out by thanking, a lot of departments that are doing so much work for our members right now. And three of those that stand out is DHRD is our human resources program, and tribal health, and then housing. And I know those people, with all the issues that have come to me recently on trying to get help out to the membership, those departments definitely have stepped up. And I'm not saying the rest of the departments haven't, they've stepped up and gone above and beyond the call of duty. And I know some of those departments are seriously short-staffed, and I know they all operate on a budget. But the number of requests that we got for air conditioning units and fans, people needing water and sewer pumped and broken pipes. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Car repairs, which we don't even do under dire need anymore. And it really goes to show you there is a serious need for help out there. And, I've seen it in the past, but I've never seen it as serious as it is today. And so, the council has put aside and set some priorities on some of the funding. And of course, we all know that $2,000 will be coming out on the 16th, but the rest of the funding for the next 3 years, I hope really goes towards getting families back on track. And, a lot of times people say, well, you own your home, you need to, take care of those repairs on your own. Yeah, you do. But some of those repairs are, are so unexpected or so costly that it's hard for people to do. So I think whatever the tribe can do to step up and help our membership in those ways, I think we need to do it. And it's not a handout. I think it's a hand up. It's a hand to help people, try to get back on track. And so I'm just grateful for those departments that have stepped up recently and tried to help people, and the council. I mean, even though the policies do exist, we do see that there are needs, and sometimes policies need to be looked at or need to be waived. I mean, policies should not be set in stone. It should be something that that helps you work with people. And so, I have one individual who lives in his car. He's homeless. And that's where he wants to live. And that's, that's his choice. And his car broke down. Well, we don't do repairs, but we have another funding that a church gave us that allowed us to go and help this individual. And so otherwise, there's nothing we could have done unless the council was willing to waive policy. And I'm sure in this case, they probably would have, but we didn't have to because of people who are willing to give to the tribe to help out our members. And so I just think there's so much work out there to be done. I mean, I've been working just so much around Morningstar. And, at first I was kind of skeptical. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. But as I go there every day, sometimes on my bike, sometimes in my car, sometimes just driving by, I see an opportunity for people to finally have a home. I mean, I ask them, I said, well, what do you think of living here? It's mine. I have a place to come to, a quiet place. Um, so I think this Morning Star has been a godsend, and it's sending a message to me that, we might be able to do some things with tiny homes. And I know people think tiny homes, I don't know. Well, there's so many people out there that live in campers, uh, trailers, tents, couch surf, you know, and I'm thinking if a family had just a little tiny shed type thing that was insulated, warm, doesn't have to have water and sewer because a lot of our communities have a place to go shower, but just a place for them to keep warm and have, their private things. And I think that could go a long way for a lot of people that we are talking about homeless. And then me being on the housing board, realizing that we've got 30 homes right now that we're trying to get rehabbed and get back out on so people can move into those. And there's just so much that we can do, but it's hard to find workers. It's hard to find uh, products, to rehab homes. And so we're really in a bind with what has COVID has caused. And so I'm just I know I'm just kind of venting a little bit, but it's been a busy couple of months. And I just feel grateful that people have cell phones where they can give each one of us a call or give our departments a call. And that's the other thing I have a beef with. People not answering their phone calls. Phones here should always be transferred to a cell phone if you're working from home or whatever you're doing, but answering the phone. I mean, people aren't calling you just for the hell of it. They're calling you most likely because they have a need. And we've set up a tracking system where we're hopefully following things that when a council member does get a report, that we follow through on it. And there's a tracking system on each one of those requests that come in. So, we've done so much, and I'm sure I'll leave it to the council to talk about all the other things that we're doing, but I just really wanted to talk about the need of that we just have a great need for our people. And I will really want to thank Shirley and Stephen for talking about the land. I always was kind of not in favor of closing, but as people inundate our reservation, and it's just unreal. It is just unreal what we see these days. And so I think it's time to really take a strong look at it. And I'm sure Tom McDonald will always bring some ideas forward that options that we can look at and seriously consider. So yeah, I just want to thank all of you and thank the drum. And of course you, Shirley, for coming and singing and being a part of our 4th of July. And I want to wish everybody a happy 4th and just have a good weekend and a long weekend and take some time to really rest and pray for the ones that we've recently lost. I know Tom lost a brother, and Tom McDonald, and Gerald Weaselhead, and Mike Big Crane, and Casey Plant, And I know their prayers for Linda Hammer. I know she's in the hospital and she's a non-member, but that lady has worked tirelessly for our tribal members, for Social Security and taking care of children just off the street, you know, so there's so much to be thankful for, but there's also so much that we have to do. And I just want to thank you and thanks for allowing me to be a part of the council. Amen. Thank you, Shelby.
Thank you, Carol. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council and everyone out there today. It's nice to see people here again. I think I'll echo that. Yeah, it has been a crazy year, even the crazy quarter that we've transitioned into. Having people here without masks and actually seeing faces is really refreshing and humbling and everything. You know, I do want to acknowledge the people that we've lost in the last, year. I know we're going to do that at the celebration, but it is something that wears heavily on a lot of people. And, being involved with all the COVID, the use, our UCC and everything else, I just want to make sure that we don't forget to thank all the people that got us through this, everyone that worked through the pandemic, all of our first responders, our police, especially our tribal health, public health workers. We couldn't have got here, without them. And then obviously the people here within our organization that, kept the bills being paid and kept the employees being paid. And those people deserve a lot of thank you, and especially the ones that are going to be getting our checks out. They had less than a month to process, 8,000 checks. So thank them if you see them. Don't bug them too much. They'll be there when they're there. I guess the things I've been working on, I've taken a kind of an interest in, aquatic invasive species, and so I'm on a couple boards there. The food projects are very important to me. I guess we have a community garden here in Pablo. I dubbed it the Victory Garden. If you look into the history of those, it was something that was kind of during World War II, where Victory Gardens were something that we all did as well. They all did as Americans to help win the war. And so, especially it's kind of a nod to my dad also, who's, Victor. So Victory Gardens here in Pablo, just a block down the street. Special thanks to SKC Extension. This year, they really got it going, and it wouldn't be where it's at without that, because we've been a little busy with some things here. Also the Morning Star, Carol talked about that. My thought on that is it's a pilot project. If it goes well, hopefully we could extend those into other communities. I think that one thing with the healing process with people with dual issues, mental health or addiction, those people definitely benefit from their families and being home and being close to their communities. And so, Ronan was a start. Under the circumstances, I felt that we did a really good job in getting that done. And then I'm on the also newly appointed the Big Sky Rail Authority, which is trying to get the southern route of the rail going down kind of the southern part of Montana, going to Seattle. That'd be cool to have back. My dream is to have this rail line running from Polson to Missoula again and joining up with that. I think it'd be really, really fun to do. I always like trains. That's a personal thing, but I guess while I have a moment, one thing that's really been pressing is our mental health. It's something we don't talk about. It's something that we don't really even think about a lot, I think. And this last year has been, the last couple of years have been extremely difficult. We've lost a lot of people. We've, very important people that our tribes will miss. And you know, that's weighed on me as well. I feel personally responsible for every death that we had from COVID or anything related because, you know, maybe I thought I could save everybody, but, you know, we can't. So, and then, then I got COVID and that was rough, but the mental part of it, you know, that we lost people that were, I feel, are more important than me and everything. And so, one of our staff members pointed out to me, he's like, you got survivor's guilt, and never thought about that. And so, you know, this year is just, it's been crazy. And, you know, for me, I'm always like, lead by example. You know, I am only one person, but if I can do it, other people can. And so, you know, I've started to work on those things. You know, this last year has been a lot of growing mentally and physically and all those things and trying to get healthier and, you know, little things like talking to people. It's crazy how much we all bottle up. And then I catch myself just someone asking me how I'm doing and I just spew out what's been going on the last year. And they're like, wow, you know, that's, and then you feel a little bit better. And then somehow that, you know, maybe it happens again, it's a friend or it's someone close. And I want to extend that out to people because it's helped me a lot. You know, I feel like people are put in your path as you go, and those people are very influential on you, or they have, you know, just the right thing to say, or they're going through the same thing, and you actually help them. So my thing is, you know, just talk to people. I mean, we have that opportunity now. You know, we've missed out on that. You know, just a conversation. You know, reach out, text someone, message someone. You know, we all know when people are struggling, unless they're really good actors like me. You know, we just go through it and we don't think about those things. But now let's really reach out to our friends and family and our community and make sure that we are helping them, because, you know, the memorial is a good step. I hope that the people that lost, you know, the last 2 years, we're going to do all the names. I hope the people go down there and do it safely, but, you know, making sure that, you know, our mental health doesn't get in the way of what we're doing. And we have a great opportunity here as a tribe, as an organization. You know, we have to make a lot of really, hopefully, important decisions that will affect, you know, generations to come. And we are just here to kind of listen to you guys and try to do what's best for everyone. And I just think that, you know, we as a people have a lot of healing to do. And I think that, you know, our opportunity right now is to look at those things, you know, look at, you know, the historical trauma that we as tribes have faced and, you know, the lack of mental health activities to help get us through that. You know, we've buried a lot of those traumas and, you know, with recent news, though, a lot of those have come back and, you know, let's go about it in a healthy way. Let's go forward and, you know, work on mental health, physical health. To that point, one of the things I did, this will be a selfless plug, but we do have a disc golf league. This is a disc or FOLF. We have a league over here on Friday nights at 6 o'clock at SKC. That's done wonders for my mental health. Getting outside, being active, you know, it's just something. If it's not that, you know, do something else. You know, get out and enjoy this weather. I was going to talk about our awesome cooling stations and all that. I'll just post those. I feel like I'm taking a lot of time. I was going to set a timer because I feel like I ramble, but, you know, really let's also with the heat and everything, let's help each other. If you have air conditioning and you got family members that are struggling and don't, or we have elders, you know, open your doors or go give them a cooler of cold water or whatever. Let's just really be cognizant of our neighbors, our family, our communities, and just let's go forward and be and do better. And I really thank all you guys, and it's truly an honor to serve and be in the position I am, where I feel like, you know, if I can help one tribal member, you know, I feel like, you know, my job is done that day. But then I wake up and I want to help everyone. And I know that's not possible. And I always tell tribal members when I talk to them, I can do what I can. I can't promise anything. I'm not going to promise you the world. I'm not going to promise that this issue is going to be resolved. But I can do my best, and that's all we can do up here, and that's what I'll continue to do. So thank you all.
Thank you, Martin. Bing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's quick, everyone. It's good to see everybody here. It's like Jim said, I didn't have to put the statuettes out there in the chairs. We have real live people out there, and it's good to see everybody here at this meeting, and so we can bring everybody back again, and so be able to be out there. It's good. I want to thank Stephen for the prayer. As usual, he does a real good job at this every quarterly, and I appreciate him being here. I want to thank the brothers for their flag song. They do a good job, and my old partner out there, Ron, giving him a hand. It's good to see him here. Been a while since I seen my partner, but it's real good to see him. Shirley, I want to thank you for being there too and keeping the boys in line. And it's good to see you and the words that you stated to the people here. It's been, like Martin said, it's been kind of a busy quarter. We've been doing a lot of work with the water rights reports from the legal department. Rhonda does a good job on reporting and making everybody report to us about what's transpiring and with the water rights issue, and keeps us informed weekly on it, so we know where everybody's standing on this and where we're headed and whatnot. Tom, excuse me, Tom is doing an excellent job with the bison range down there and getting the organization and planning for the bison range. And so as we're going to be opened up, well, they did open up here on Mother's Day, I believe, and getting everything ready for us to take over the bison range, and having everybody enjoy their visits down there. Hopefully, down the road, we're going to have some changes and hopefully that it'll be soon. Mike Dolson and I have been working with forestry on a timber use policy, and hopefully we'll have that completed for the small augers and woodcutters here soon. And like I say, I hope we'll have that completed here real soon here. Council went down to Helena, met with the governor here back in April. Yeah, we went down there and visit with him for a little bit, and I'm sure Shelley talked with him with strategic planning and goals and priorities that we've asked him to consider for us and to help and work with us. Tom and I, McDonald, we were at IBMP meeting earlier I think it was in April, and we're headed down to Lapwai here at the end of this month, or middle 21st of this month, for another meeting with tribes down there and Park Service down there to discuss plans of upcoming bison hunt here. So last time I think we had about, maybe 8 or 9 tribes down at that meeting in Missoula, and a lot of discussion was held down there, and we had some new faces in the meeting. So it turned out to be a real good meeting down there. What else here? Got all our petitions off our desk up here now. We had them up here Tuesday, but Mark and I, we hadn't had any petitions at all through most of this pandemic. We were in a conference room together and sat there through the pandemic, and we were the first one to take off our petition here. So, well, we don't need that. We've been together for the last year and a half, so I guess we're not going to get COVID. But he wound up getting it. And I was quarantined 3 times, but other than that, I never got COVID. But it was kind of shaky there to be around all that stuff. And I'm glad it's everybody getting vaccinated and pretty much settled down here in the complex here, and we don't have to hear too much about COVID anymore. It was Stephen was talking about hunting stories, of long ago that people went up and horseback ride in the areas and hunted. And I was thinking about hunting camps that we went to up in the South Fork, hearing my Uncle Snooze and Lindy McClure and all of them talk about the stories that when they were hunting, when they were younger, with John Adams and Louis Adams and all of them that rode from the valley, Jocko Valley, up over to and through the Big Knife up and into the South Fork and hunted and killed elk and brought them back. It was good to relive some of the memories, Stephen, that you brought up, and it's about that, and it'll always be in my heart, with with those memories like that we've heard, and all them 2 people that I mentioned, they're gone and their stories are gone, and I wish I had a recorder to record some of those stories that they've told us, and a lot of them that I will remember, because there were stories that they're told that I'll never forget, and I think just me and my cousins, the only ones left of that hunting crew, but it's good and we still go up there and camp and stuff, but it's good to hear, those stories that Stephen was telling. And also what Shirley was talking about the water and land and everything. And I just got a report yesterday at Walmart where I was, and that they were down on the river down here at the river honoring, and they couldn't even get on with their boat on shore because people had them all blocked off of the landing area there where they could, put their boats in to get off the river, and they were all blocked off, and they couldn't get in there. And so I helped Tom and them go down there and take a look at that area and make sure that those areas are being protected and not abused, by those that are coming here to visit, and taking over, like Shirley said, taking over our land, whatnot. But it was quite a complaint that she had yesterday about it. And I was going to talk to Tom about it, but since we're at quarterly here, and I'll let him know so he knows what's going on. Maybe he can get somebody down there, Shirley, to help take care of some of those issues along that river. But we've like I say, we've had a lot to do with this COVID, and the memorial coming up this weekend is going to be pretty sad with the number of members that we lost over the last 2 years since the last powwow, and can't believe a lot of the names that I've looked at and seeing that people are gone now, that, and it's going to be a sad time there, but that it's but afterwards it's going to be, I think it's going to pick up people and so they can go on with and with the losses that they've had and go on with their lives. And hopefully this will be the end of it, and I say it has been a miserable year and a half, but got through it okay. And like Martin said here, it's been a difficult time for everybody, and I just, again, I'm glad to see all you people here, and I appreciate it very much, and want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you.
Ellie?
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. It's so wonderful to be able to see our room full again. I'd like to thank you for your words this morning, Stephen and Shirley. And thanks to the drum for the song this morning. I will try to keep my comments as concise as possible, but want to share that it has been an incredibly busy quarter. I echo Carol's sentiments in that we have some pretty amazing folks working here at the tribe on behalf of our membership. Council has identified some very significant priorities that will take a lot of work and dedication to see through. The staff who have been and will be called in to help us accomplish those goals have done so in great ways. So I'd just like to give a shout out to them and thank them for all the work that they do. In addition to the day-to-day council priorities and projects that you are able to follow through council minutes, or if you're watching via Zoom for our live stream meetings, and I'm sure others will speak to some of those topics today. But I have continued to stay busy with activities related to MMIP, and just want to share a bit about what some of those activities have been. But first, I'd like to share that as of June 17th, the Montana Missing Persons Clearinghouse shows a total of 189 active missing persons in Montana. Of those, 60 have been identified as Indigenous, making up nearly 32%. Locally, our CSKT MMIP work group resumed monthly meetings this quarter, and in May successfully raised funds through an online auction for a newly established CSKT MMIP Victim Services Assistance Fund that will help families who may have somebody go missing. It would help with searches or posters or billboards or whatever the needs may be of the families should they be faced with that situation. So we're really proud to have been able to start that fund. We have a pretty amazing group of volunteers who serve on that local work group, and I'm grateful to all of them for the work they do. This quarter was probably one of the busiest quarters I've had, or it seems to feel that way. I provided presentations on MMIP, human trafficking, and CSKT's Tribal Community Response Plan to the University of Montana's Native American Law Student Association, Gonzaga Law School, Ronan High School, Friends of Missoula Quakers, and to the State Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force. I was also just invited to present at the National Native American Law Enforcement Association's annual training conference that I'll participate in at the end of August. As a reminder, CSKT was the first tribe in the nation to complete a tribal community response plan, which is a plan that addresses how we respond to missing persons cases. And we're being looked to nationally by other tribes as they're working to develop their own plans in response to missing and murdered Indigenous people. So we're really proud of that, to have been the first in the nation to complete that plan. And we had a great group of people partake in those meetings and the development of that plan here. I spoke at MMIP Awareness Day events on May 5th, which is the National Day of Awareness, at the Montana State Capitol for the Montana Native American Women's Coalition, and at the University of Montana for Project Beacon. I've also been a speaker at events showcasing the new Missing Persons Reporting Network, MMIPMT.com, as CSKT was the second tribe in the state to be invited to join that network. I am participating in MMIP coalition meetings with like-minded leaders in other Northwestern states to create a networking system that extends beyond the state of Montana, with a goal to eventually begin creating a national networking system. I am also new to the regional human trafficking task force leaders meetings, and I participated in MMIP and tribal community response plan interviews for High Country News Magazine, Northern Broadcasting, KECI, KPAX, Montana Free Press, Charcusta, Lake County Leader, Native News Online, Coast to Coast AM Radio, and for a group of University of Montana students, and all in the effort to try to raise awareness and shed light on this devastating reality. I also continue to serve as the presiding officer for Montana's Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force and was just reappointed for an additional 2-year term with the passing of House Bill 98 and Senate Bill 4, both of which keep the task force operational for the additional 2 years. We held Zoom meetings in April and May and had our first in-person meeting in Helena last week. One request of legislators was that the task force work to identify causes that contribute to missing and murdered Indigenous persons. One of those concerns surrounds runaway youth. A Montana Department of Justice data analysis project conducted in the spring of 2020 indicated that nearly 80% of the individuals that went missing between 2017 and 2019 were juveniles under the age of 18. And of the current 60 who are now missing, 30 of them have been reported as runaway, 50% of them. That is really astonishing, and I feel like it's a place we can begin conversations to learn more about how and why, so that we can help to educate and better protect some of our most vulnerable, our youth. We began those conversations in May, along with a presentation from Ms. Georgia Katie, who's an executive director of Tumbleweed Runaway Program. And I'm so proud to have had a group of students from Ronan High School participate in our June strategic planning meeting to help shed light on the runaway issues as they see them. These kids were amazing. I would like to give a shout out to Ariana Burke, Alyssa Pretty on Top, Sharissa Couture, and Brett Myers. Times are so incredibly different from when I was their age, and I don't wish to pretend to understand their struggles. Hearing from them directly was so incredibly valuable. As a side note, my interaction with them has moved me to want to engage this age group more in other meaningful ways. So many good things are coming in that regard. Stay tuned. At upcoming state task force meetings, we will seek to identify other contributing factors that we wish to learn more about in hopes of finding meaningful ways to address them. We will also work to gain a better understanding of the jurisdictional maze as it relates to all law enforcement agencies that are called upon when cases arise. I've also attended MMIP listening sessions and online trainings as time permits. And finally, I would like to thank the Montana Department of Justice and the Division of Criminal Investigation for their kindness in awarding me with the acknowledgement for my work in the field. I am honored to be able to be a voice for this cause, and it is my sincere hope that someday there will no longer be a need for this work. But until then, I will continue to do my part to help stop this reality. In closing, please know that I am grateful for the opportunity to be able to serve you, and I'm grateful to my council peers and the work that we do and everything that we've been able to accomplish this last quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Fred,
Are you there?
Yeah, if I can get my computer to work. Lemlems. I'll make sure it's setting this. I just want to thank everybody, and as most have already said, I want to thank the drum and all our elders, Stephen and Shirley, who spoke earlier, and my colleagues for their kind words and all the things that they've already addressed. I always say on that side of when I'm there, it's nice to be on that side because for those who have already spoken, a lot of the things that we accomplish collectively, they've talked about, but there's always a occasion for me to personally give my thanks and gratitude for and report on some of the things that I've been involved with. But so I want to thank again the drum and for the flag song, and for those sitting out in the audience. I can't see most of you, and I just echo that. It's nice to see faces out there without masks. I'd like to start by saying I'm just so grateful. A lot of the things that was talked about is, there's things that is sad in nature and things that we need to do, but most of all, I just want to I want to thank the membership for giving me this opportunity to sit and represent you. on the council. Most of you know that I'm not a newcomer there. And when I came back 2.5 years ago, it was really a timely situation for me. I think each day as we sit there on the council, each day we start off with a prayer and we ask the Creator to be with us and to help us through the times that we have had, especially, recently with the COVID and the pandemic. And I think overall, I look back on this past couple of years and the Creator has been watching over us as a tribe. And I think mainly because we acknowledge Him every meeting, every day. We pray personally. We ask Him to be with us and to watch over us. And I think the Creator has honored that, and He's listened to our prayers. As I said, 2.5 years ago when I came on board, it was a timely situation for me. You can see in the background my wife and a picture of her. And those of you, most of you know that I lost her 2.5 years ago. And it was a really, of course, a low time in my life. So I was honored again to come back and sit on the, as tribal council. The council picked me out of a few candidates that was interested, and I think it was timely, and I think the Creator had a hand in that because it's really blessed me. I'm always hopeful that I do at least part of the job that we're challenged to do up there for a membership. I always have the membership first and foremost in my heart, and to try to do. And I use my years of experience in that. But I'm still, on maybe a side note here, I'm still challenged with taking care of 3 grandkids, one who was starting high school, Patience, 2, Freddie and AJ, who are 9 and 8. And you hear single parents talk about the woes and the challenges of raising kids. And so now you're looking at, and I'm talking from a single grandparent who is challenged with trying to bring these kids up in a meaningful, honorable way. So when I say it was timely, I needed, for my health, something to do, and I always felt that my going on 20 years now at the council, I hope I represented our people well. And then with all that is said, without going over some of the things as part of my conversation here, I just want the membership to know that because of my situation, I still can't retire financially. And so in this past few months, I have been looking for full-time employment, which the council is too, but with the uncertainty of, what maybe result in this fall, I was successful in applying and getting full-time employment with the resort. So I'll be leaving the council. I noticed last week at our meeting that I'd be resigning my position and moving on. And again, I just believe that it's the Creator's hand in my life. I prayed for this because I just, I gotta fulfill my commitment, with these grandkids. And in order to do that, I need something to put resources on the table, so to speak. So I won't ramble too long, but as part of what all said, I'm just more grateful than have a, you know, other words than that I've had this opportunity. And just lemlemsh, and I wish everybody well this weekend. I hope to see everybody on Sunday, or at least as many that might show up. I hope the heat is kind to all of us that are reaching that elderly age, like Stephen had mentioned. But anyway, so lemlemsh, and we will see you all at Arlie.
Thank you, Fred. Charmel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Tribal Council, and Chesquex, Pesia, Kisukwithnam, and I just always so happy to be here and feel so privileged and so blessed, and just very thankful. I, of course, you know, echo all of the sentiments of appreciating and valuing your presence here, your words, especially our elders. It just crossed my mind just to say, Shirley, you've done such a great job. I've known you all of my life, and just the comment that was made about you keeping those boys in line and everybody kind of giggling, and I just wanted to say you've done such a great job. Yaya Louise, I'm sure, is very proud, as well as others that have gone before us. But anyway, I'm very, very thankful to be here. I spend a lot of time just, you know, trying to keep up with all of the information that comes in to the tribal council. My goal is to keep my email inbox empty, and hopefully I've read a majority, if not all, of everything that comes, but I find that that's nearly impossible. So we really do rely on our staff people to keep us well apprised of the details, and our staff does an incredible job of that, and really appreciative for that. I just want to say, just on a personal level, I guess, I'm really thankful that there have been some gatherings. The stick game that went on Father's Day, I think, was a good thing. And, you know, it came across maybe a little bit rocky, you know, in the beginning, but the overall purpose for it was good. And the overall purpose for the memorial that's going to happen on Sunday is really good. So, you know, we need good things. We need to share good words with one another. We need to support one another. And I really just am thankful that we're able to do that for one another and with one another, no matter how hard it is sometimes. And it is hard. I mean, this job here to me is, it's spiritual as much as anything. I think our lives are spiritual, and each of us need to be able to walk it out in the best way possible with good intentions and do our best. So I just want to thank you all for walking that way, and for your integrity in that. And that's something that nobody can take from us. So lemlemsh. In this last quarter, I've held 2 district meetings, May and June. Those months, I don't intend on having one this month, just for the fact that it's good time for family time, summertime celebrations, whatever we can do with one another for, you know, preparing for gathering and so forth. But we did have a couple of meetings in Polson. We allowed time for people to be vaccinated. So those were the first 2 meetings I've had in quite a while. And we had light attendance to those meetings, but we also had some Zoom connections, and we had some good interactions and reports from our staff people. I hope that in the fall that we can resume some more meetings, and the primary topics, other than what's on today's agenda that were covered in the Polson district meetings, included a report on the feasibility analysis for the Polson West project. That's analysis of a potential development on the tribal property that's near Rocky Point Road and Highway 93, and some of you may know about that. I do have a report that I'm able to print and share with you. Janet Camel and Belda Shelby distributed that report that they made to some of the people who were in attendance at that meeting, and it is available if anybody would like a copy of it. It's a confidential document, but it's available to the tribal membership at this point, so that's available. We also got an update on the status of S&K Gaming. Brian Miller, the CEO, gave us a report. So that information is available if anybody would like to have that. They just need to make a request to the council, and there is a way of doing that now. We have a communications portal that's available, and I hope most of you are aware of that. I think it's comments@cskt.org. So those come through our communications director, and they're addressed regularly. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I know this is on the agenda, but you know, the district meetings brought a report about the restructure of the CSKT organization, and I just want to say a couple of things about that. We wanted to refocus our tribal council agendas and meeting times toward policy reviews and strategic planning and overall governing duties. And as our membership is aware, the government has grown and changed so many times in the past, and our tribal council and tribal chair duties continued to kind of morph into kind of corporate officer roles all along the way. So the duties of handling those day-to-day operations are now kind of transitioning back to a single executive officer position. And that raised a lot of discussion at my meeting, as well as I continue to hear from my constituents about that decision. And that's why I'm saying a little bit more about it today. But I think that I just wanted to say that what we're doing now has been compared to a point in our government's history when there was an executive secretary who managed the council's intake and coordinated and directed the follow-up. And in recent years, I've heard the chairman and vice chairman and other senior members of our tribal council make a request that structure be reinstated, that it would be helpful to reinstate that structure. But rather than just reinstate that exact former structure, this council considered a realignment of departments and looked at that according to service types, those being internal services for administrative and financial operations, as well as external services to deliver services to the membership and managing our natural and cultural resources. So that was kind of the difference as I see it in how this was crafted for our consideration with everybody's input. So the chair has facilitated supervision and oversight over several positions since the last reorganization that was done in the 2000s, kind of the early 2000s. So to address this ongoing observation of a critical need for change, the council began outlining needs and expectations back in January of 2020. And I was reviewing those yesterday, and you know, there were a lot of things that we were identifying at that time that we really felt if we could address these in a different way, it would benefit our membership tremendously. And so that was the background of the whole building of this initiative and this effort. So in January 2020, we had those discussions, and of course, we all know how limited our ability has been to communicate well during the pandemic. So in this time, we really, you know, had to address the health crisis, and that has been primarily, you know, the overarching challenge of this last 18 months or so. and hopefully we've done a really good job in keeping all of these things going. But we continued to seek out the reorganization remedy during that time. So today we're implementing this model that was selected by the entire tribal council. And I think that's important to say, because we've taken an approach that might seem to be really reminiscent of the past, but I believe that this council is committed and intends to see that this is a new creation that will benefit the entire membership by improving tribal council performance. That's how I look at it. I think that this should benefit our membership, because I believe that it will allow us to improve our performance here. So in time, I hope you'll agree that that was accomplished. And, you know, we'll definitely be reviewing this over and over again. I keep saying that we have to be adaptable during this reorganization. We can only adapt to what we learn, right? So we're in a learning mode as well. I think that's important. We have to be fluent, like Carol says. Our policies have to always be able to be adjusted when they're not serving what they're supposed to be serving, right? So until then, I just want to thank you for your continued patience and your support of your government here. I think the people are always here to advise us. They're here to help us, and we thank you for what you do to help us do our job. The other thing I wanted to quickly talk about was the priority planning, which has been referenced. You know, some of the emails that we go through, we have to understand, and we have our executive officer, Rick Inyas, keeping us apprised of the ARP fund that's coming out. And we've received 65% of that so far. And as you know, pretty much all of that is going to be distributed to the membership. And now we know that the other remaining portion is going to be distributed according to the 2019 employment figures that were submitted to help allocate that to the tribal nations. So we've been talking about priorities, and so far our discussions have kind of hovered around homelessness, addiction, and mental health recovery by accessing larger resource pool locally and regionally. So we want to address those issues by pulling in more resources as well. And we've also talked about increasing elder care and support, providing youth wellness and education outlets. So we've also expressed our desire to continue supporting small business and finding ways to create a greater access to capital and markets while looking at new industry and increasing our access to information technology resources, and all of that to boost our local economy. So there's a lot going on, right? There's a lot of concerns, and there's a lot of priorities. And so with this second portion, this 35% that's remaining to come, that we haven't decided to distribute out to the membership, that's what we're looking at working with for a whole bunch of critical needs and priorities. So the job of this council is really, we're going to be challenged to figure out what are the central themes that all of these issues fall into. And we've agreed that what we what we can do to utilize our staff and the intelligence of our resources is select these central themes and then develop resolutions that direct the application or the research and the development and the implementation that would answer those central themes. The reason why I wanted to say that is because I think it's really important for our membership to understand as much as you can about what we're facing in this time, because we need to hear from you. We need you to be utilizing that comments at cskt.org. We need you to be calling and helping us to to hear what you believe is some of the most important aspects of these things that we're looking at and how you believe we can best serve our membership's needs in this time. We have an opportunity. We need to make the best of it. And so I'm just really pleading for your help, I guess. And thank you for continuing to be an active and vital part of your government. Glemlips.
Sharmel. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council. It's a continuing pleasure to work with you all. Thank you, Stephen, for your prayer and your words, and Shirley for your words. Thank you, Drum. It's so good to see membership here in Chambers today. It is. The pandemic has affected us all, and I just want to remind people that COVID isn't gone, and we still have to be aware, even though we have been able to reduce all the restrictions that we've had. And so always be safe. My colleagues here have mentioned how busy this quarter has been, and it has been busy. And I love that Shirley has mentioned the water and the land. We're working diligently on a land ordinance right now, and talking about protecting the land in so many ways. And our water compact has been passed, and we now have the resources that are going to be available to help provide protection to that water resource. And so I'm glad to see that. I won't go into all that everybody else has talked about, but I do have a couple things to add. One of my concerns over the last couple months has been a well that's been drilled over in Hot Springs. It actually threatens the hot water that our people are using. And so I've been monitoring that. And then the biggest issue that I want to highlight is I sit with the Tribal Education Committee, and people are emphasizing the health and especially the mental health of our membership. I want to truly emphasize the mental health of our children, and think a lot about the education that they are receiving. The committee is looking into what education they are receiving across the reservation, and we're trying to promote more participation by our membership in the education of those kids. And so I do want to emphasize that to you, that I think protecting and helping the elders is essential, but also helping and protecting our children is also essential. Those are really the only two things I wanted to add. I want to reemphasize that with the pandemic slowing down, I will be looking to get back to in-person district meetings in Hot Springs, and reemphasize that I can be reached at 880-5524. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike. Len?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the council and distinguished membership. Thank you for being here today. I want to start by thanking my colleagues for the tough work that we've done in the past 2 weeks. At the end of the day, we came to the conclusion that there was a stimulus payment that was needed, and so I want to thank you guys for doing this for the membership. Greatly needed. I know many of you were reached out to by the members on a daily basis, and I feel like we did our job. I also just want to quickly acknowledge the comment from Shirley Trahan. Shirley, thank you for bringing that issue up. We have been receiving concerns and complaints, this past couple of months about the influx of out-of-state visitors on our tribal lands and the damages of our resources and such. And so we did have a long conversation here and came up with a plan. And that plan is one of the concepts of that plan is we're going to try to get at least 10 more game wardens on staff. So we can have complete coverage and making sure that people out there that shouldn't be out there are being watched. So thank you for bringing that up. And not only that, I challenge the members to bringing that up to the council every week, asking us, where are you guys at with that? What are you going to do with that? You know, and because we need to get action done on that fast, and knowing that this is a big concern from the council or from the membership. Other issues, I just want to quickly acknowledge our colleague Fred Matt. I want to thank Fred for his service, not only just the last 2 years, but the previous years that he's worked on council as our chairman, as our former chairman. Fred has brought a lot to the table. I've had the distinct honor of learning a lot of issues about the tribe from him. So I felt honored that I was able to work with Fred. And not only that, I just, one other person I want to acknowledge is my former colleague, Ron Trahan. I learned a lot from Ron's leadership when I was working with him. So it's good to see you today, Ron. I'm glad you are here to join us. And I won't be too long here. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge a group of people in the community. They're part of a recovery group, and they are currently led by tribal member Doug Pierre. And this group has made a tremendous difference in our communities by the activities they have done. They have taken it upon themselves to plan and implement cleanups throughout the reservation. And I've been watching them on social media, and it's just really great to see. They're just really great role models, and I just want to acknowledge. I don't know the names of all the groups. I don't want to try to name them. I know Doug has taken the lead on this and getting a lot of things done, and I think it's really important that we as leaders, when we see things like that, we acknowledge it. And so today, I just want to commend that group, because not only have they overcame one of the greatest battles of their life, but they took charge of their life. And not only that, they've made a difference in the community, and that's just so good to see. So thank you, Doug, if you're listening out there, and the group. And then not only that, just one last thing, members of the council and membership, Councilwoman Charmel Gillen just mentioned the reorganization and restructure. There was a lot of discussion that took place before we were to implement that, and there are flaws to it. There is flaws to it. I do admit that, but I just wanted to assure the members that as my role as the council elect, with this new process, I will not allow a disconnect between the tribal members and the council. I just tell you that because of the way that the new structure is being implemented, and I think it's important that you as tribal members are still able to reach out to us, and I think that's important for you all to know. So anyway, thank you for this time, and once again, it's good to see everybody show up here today, because it always reminds me who I work for. So thank you.
Thank you, Len. And again, Anita is on PTO. She recently had surgery, so we're all wishing her a speedy recovery. So I'll try to wrap this up, and then I'm going to change our agenda a little and take a break after this. I know everybody's probably just squirming out there. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the elders today. We always look forward to that refocus of what's really important and where we come from. So I appreciate those words. And Stephen made me really lonesome for those good old days, and just having those elders in our families around, and just constantly being just living that life. It's just a different life that we live now, and it's always changing, but just thank you for that. And especially the reminder about the lands and the water. We know what we have that's what we have left, and it's our responsibility to protect that for our future generations. And I just want to encourage everyone to don't be too lonesome though. Just keep creating those memories for your kids and your grandkids and your great grandkids, because I have grandkids and a great granddaughter, and they just so love being in the mountains and going fishing and all that stuff. So we can still create those memories for our families. I've heard stories about how the whole conservation permit came about, in the 60s or 70s, when people from Missoula were just like overrunning the Jocko. And, I remember the 3 ayahs that, encouraged council to protect the Mission Mountain wilderness. So those are things that we need to carry on, as council. One of the things that this reorganization is going to allow us to do is for council to have one-on-one time with the elders advisory committees, so we can get that, that good quality time with them. I hope to have a in-person district meeting in Arley as well. We're hoping to open up our senior centers for meals in the very near future. So I look forward to that. Other people talked about the pandemic and, being glad to be here in person and everything. And I think that, that was a time for me to, I guess, really reflect on what my priorities were and what they are, how they've changed a little bit. But one thing I always go back to is that I guess those traditional values and those principles that we talked about earlier was, taking care of our people and, being close as family and community. So however we can implement that as a council and as a government, I think that's kind of what we're looking for. As council has said, we've been really super busy this quarter. A few of the things that I've been involved in is the National Congress of American Indians. I'm the CSKT delegate, and so that National Congress is divided up into regions, and CSKT is a part of the Rocky Mountain region. There's only currently 2 tribes in there, the Blackfeet and us. And Blackfeet Council Member Mark Pollock is the delegate for that, and I'm the alternate. So I've been really involved in those executive board meetings, and also the Midyear Convention. I got to chair the Environmental Protection and Land Use Subcommittee and co-chaired the Land and Natural Resources Committee. And so 5 resolutions came forward in that committee this last week or 2 weeks ago, and they had to do with really important environmental issues across the country. In Alaska, they talked about the Tongass National Forest and reestablishing a traditional homelands conservation area, kind of like what we have in our primitive areas. The Great Lakes brought forward a resolution about protecting gray wolves. And then there's always things on the east and west coast about climate change and, losing whole villages or whole, reservations because of the water. The oceans are increasing because of climate change. So that's one thing I've been involved in. During that week, Secretary Deb Holland announced her boarding school initiative. And then last week, I had a Zoom meeting with the Native American Boarding School Coalition. And that group is an advocacy group. They provide education and awareness about those boarding school issues. And now I think the last count was there's 3 boarding schools in Canada that have discovered remains of, gosh, it's getting up in the thousands now, of children that never came home. And we know at the Ursulines, we have some unmarked graves. We have, you know, a lot of healing that needs to happen on our reservation as a result of that boarding school era. And this boarding school coalition made me aware of some resources that are out there, but really the answer is going to come from the people here. And so it's going to be a long, difficult process, but that healing really needs to happen with our people. So however we go about that is going to come from you all. So, you know, reach out to your council members to talk about your ideas about how we can bring about that healing. Another thing that I wanted to speak about really briefly is the Treaty Day Treaty Day commemoration. That's the Three Chiefs Cultural Center is sponsoring July 16th. Just stay tuned for that. I believe they're going to have an event in Mission to commemorate that. So, you know, that's really the foundation of who we are as a tribe today, you know, and thank goodness for the elders that protected our rights, and especially that one little clause in there that talks about, you know, our rights to do what we do in usual and accustomed places. I'm so thankful for that when I think about that. One of the things another issue that I've been involved in is the Buffalo Nation's Food Sovereignty Initiative, and that has to do with CSKT being a signatory on the Buffalo Treaty that was a few years back. And to that effort, we're developing this institute at Montana State University in Bozeman. And I think during their opening of the American Indian Hall, we'll be more ready to talk about that. And then also, along with Tom McDonald, I've been a representative coordinating a Buffalo conference that'll be held in Lewistown, Montana in October. This reorganization has allowed us to finish revising our personnel ordinance. We got that done. We're this close to completing revision of our land ordinance. And next up, we have a cultural waterways ordinance that's going to protect, to start off with, the Flathead River, but in the future it could protect our other waterways, and then our probate code. The other things that are kind of so those cultural waterways and probate code are on deck next, but then in the hole after that, next is the mental health code, a dog ordinance, and then our tribal administrative procedures ordinance, or TAPO as it's called. So just a couple other things really quick. We're also involved in several transboundary issues with the First Nations across the medicine line are up in Canada, and it's all about, again, protecting our waters. There's the Elk River mining, there's a proposed tech mine, there's all these things that, you know, when the water comes from Canada, sometimes it goes back, it comes to the States, and then it goes back in Canada. And the Canadian government has been really pathetic in protecting their side of the water. And so, you know, we've had to just remind them and try to sit at the table with the state department. Also, we've been involved with the Columbia Basin issues. One is that we spent a lot of time on since January is the Simpson proposal, and that's from Representative Simpson from Idaho, who has proposed taking down the 4 lower Snake River dams to restore salmon to our waterways. So that's been kind of a long process that we've been involved in. And I think I'm going to stop there. And maybe we can take a break and we'll come back we have 2 honorings today. So let's take a quick bathroom break.
hate on them too much.
Building collapsed in Washington DC.
That's scary.
Nothing major.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Next up on our agenda is the Reservation Fish and Wildlife Board members honoring. I'm gonna, Terry wanted to say a few brief words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shelley. You know, in the last year, I had the opportunity of thinking, you know, I've been working on the reservation for over 50 years, and I've worked for the tribe for 30 years, but I've had a lot of time to think this last year of all the people that I've honored and obtained knowledge from, you know, through working with the tribe. But I had to remember your father. He's the one that taught me how to glaze windows and repair broken windows. So I thought that was funny when I was thinking about Everett the other day, thinking about him teaching me how to repair broken windows. But it's just been my honor to represent the tribe, working for the Culture Committee, for the Preservation Office, for Natural Resources, and to speak on behalf of the tribe on an international level in South Africa and Mongolia and all the Mexico and all the different countries that I've went to speak. The most important thing was obtaining knowledge from the three yayas, her mother and her two sisters, and all the elders that I worked with at the Culture Committee that I've obtained knowledge about. You know, I still think about preserving and protecting our sacred sites off the reservation. I think one of the most important things that we have to remember as a tribe is that we need to tell Greg Gianforte that this land, we were caretakers of this, all of Montana into Alberta and Idaho and everywhere before before it even became a state of Montana. So our elders have taught us that we need to preserve, to protect, and to take care of the land that we live on. So that's the most important thing that I learned working for the tribe the last 30 years. And that's the message that I've taken to the world, is to always to preserve, protect, and definitely pick up your garbage when you go camping and go home. But I just wanted to mention that, and I wanted to thank Fred Matt, because I actually took his position on the Fish and Wildlife Board over 26 years ago. But I can remember walking the halls of Congress with Mickey Pablo, and those people would just swing open their doors and just be glad to see Mickey coming down the hallway, you know. And, you know, I've seen Lucy Vanderberg's, Agnes Vanderberg, drying meat in the mall in Washington, D.C. And then I put up teepees on the mall in Washington, D.C. So there's a lot of things that I've done over the years for the tribe that has given me great honor. And I just thought that I'd tell the tribal council that it was my privilege to work for the for our tribe, to preserve and to protect not only our waterways, but our Aboriginal territories, our hunting rights, and educating. You know, I've had to educate game wardens off the reservation, you know. I've had to actually educate game wardens off the reservation about our Aboriginal hunting rights and fishing rights. You know, this was, you know, our ancestors and our people have taken care of this land for thousands and thousands of years, and we're just descendants of them, and it's our duty and our honor to do that now. So I just wanted to say those few words and thank the tribal council for doing the job that you do. I watched one of your tribal council meetings about a month ago on the phone. And you guys are talking about fixing that bridge going up toward Twin Lakes. And I said, well, just give me an excavator, a couple dump trucks, and these, you know, I knew everything that I needed to fix it. And I thought, you know, and when I take a ride up in the mountains and stuff, I see stuff that needs to be fixed. I say, oh, that needs to be done, you know. And when I work for the tribe, I just go do it and fix it, you know. But, you know, after I got that brain injury and I retired now, the doctor told me not to be staring at a telephone. So I don't get on the phone anymore, but I do watch your guys' council meetings, and I do keep an eye on our reservation, and I do keep an eye on the things that you guys do. So I just want you to know that even though that I don't work for the tribe anymore and I'm retired, I still keep an eye on you guys to make sure you're doing okay. So, and I want to honor Stephen and Shirley for getting up and speaking this morning. And, you know, like I said, you know, I was putting up hay and changing water lines, you know, when I was 9 years old, just outside where PC Homesite is. I used to hay all that ground before it was for Gene and Dorothy Ellard, you know, 50 years ago. So you know, I know this valley. I know the Harley Valley. I know the landscape. I've identified eagle catching pits on the Ted Turner Ranch. You know, we have sacred sites, you know, just outside on our reservation and off our reservation that I keep an eye on still. But I just want you to know that I'm still keeping an eye on things, but I just don't do it for the tribe, you know. So that's what I wanted to tell the tribal council, that I still honor you and I still respect you. And I've obtained knowledge from all of our elders and probably every one of your families. There's one of your tribal members that I remember something that they told me, you know, just like Annie Sorrell, you know, when she was a little tiny girl, my grandma and grandpa used to take her up in the Mission Mountains to pick berries, and they'd, you know, hunt for their deer and dry their meat up there and then come back in the, you know, late fall, you know, before it got winter. So those are the kind of stories that I remember. It's just my short-term memory is not as good anymore. But I just want to tell you guys that I respect you and I love you guys. So keep up the good work. So thank you.
That's Terry.
Oh.
Okay, at this time, I'll turn it over to Tom McDonald.
It's good to be here. Want to thank everybody for coming today. So it's an important day for us. Everybody's been talking about resource management and taking care of our fish and wildlife. Glad Terry brought Mickey Pablo, because it was Mickey Pablo who signed the cooperative agreement we have with the state of Montana over 30 years ago to manage the fisheries and part of the wildlife on the reservation cooperatively with the state of Montana, and avoid an extensive litigation process for that. So in our agreement with the state of Montana for bird hunting and fishing for non-members, there calls for a board, an oversight board, an advisory board. And at first the agreement was for 4-year terms and get renewed every 4 years. So we called that, those board members that were assigned during that 4-year term that It was their tour of duty. So we always had volunteers that would step up. They were selected by the governor for 3 appointees on this board to represent non-tribal interests of Montana and on the reservation, and then three tribal members appointed by the tribal council, and then a neutral person that would be a tiebreaker, had to be a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service employee. So it's a 7-member board. So through time, this board's been very critical to avoid litigation, to provide stewardship for the fisheries and wildlife. You'd almost call them as the ship Noah's Ark, and these guys are on the ship. They're the captains, and they provide that sounding board and that critical thinking and process. So we've been fortunate through time to have people that have been sincere and truly involved with the landscape here, wanting to do a good job, wanting to respect our tribes, respect the landscape, and over time we have changeover. Sometimes we have people that stay a long time on this board, fortunately. So when there's a changeover by the governor, we end up losing almost half of our board. So in the last election, when Gianforte was elected this January, we ended up with some new board members. And our board members we had for the last few tours of duty have been exited. And so we want to honor those folks for their dedication. We also had some of our tribal member appointees. As Terry mentioned, Terry's retired. We still bring him back. He doesn't look at his phone, but I have him on speed dial. So I do call him up and he still does stuff for me because he is a doer. Very important. We also have former board members that Terry mentioned that are sitting here. And I'd like to acknowledge Carol, one of our original board members, in the very beginning. Fred Matt, who replaced Carol. And then, of course, Terry replaced Fred. But I'd also like to thank Fred for his years of service in tribal council, most recently for his dedication to step forward. The term that he's in right now, he's exiting to provide that leadership. He's very critical for our fish and wildlife management direction, and he's a good friend. He's been a mentor to me and a good colleague. So Fred will miss you on council, and hopefully we see you around. So based on that, I'd like to introduce you to the board members that are here today and do an honoring recognition of their excellent service. We'll start out with Rod Richardson. You come up, Rod. Rod is a retired Forest Service supervisor, excellent representative. We are so lucky to have these people that step forward, that know the resource, know the landscape. He's a landowner on the reservation. They have neighbors and, that have this expertise in land use management step up and be on our board. So we want to thank Rod for his 2 tours of duty, I'll call it, and for his years of service. Rod, we have a blanket for you. Sure. Wouldn't mind staying up here.
Okay.
Get all warmed up.
Okay.
Come on over here, Rod. And I have because of the COVID, we weren't able to have meetings this last year. And so we always do safety awards for our staff, safety equipment for the board. They're out in the field. And so what Rod missed out on was probably really important this time. It's a really nice water bottle. So we promote not plastic, but a hydro flask. These bags, there's a cool bag. We don't like plastic at all. So these are grocery bags. Thank you, Terry. Probably the most important thing, I'm going to do this for the benefit of Whisper, is a bear spray. You also use this on bad people. I've seen it used on people. It's not a pretty thing. So here's your safety awards you would have gotten last fall that we missed out on. Thank you, Rob.
All right. Thanks.
Next we have, yes, please. Pela Hoyt. Really fortunate. Pela comes from, she's in our Legion. you know, grown up here, and she's a conservationist that I have high regard for. Been working for a nonprofit for years, you know, protecting the landscape, protecting open space, protecting the ways of life that everybody talked about. So they're so critical that we've all grown up from like Terry talking about farming and ranching, or, you know, taking care of the fish and wildlife resources. And so Pela's been a good friend. Her family's been a good ally. And so we really appreciate Pela's 2 tours of duty. Again, Pela, thank you so much. Here's your goodie bag. We have another board member that's the former board member. He's not here today. Actually, he was on a call Shelley and I were on last Friday. He promised me on that Zoom call he would be here, but he is not. His name is Michael Jameson. And he was a outstanding reporter for the Missoulian, great conservation outdoor writer. And then he moved on from the Missoulian to work for a nonprofit to protect Glacier Park, and that's his current job. But he came on our board 3 tours of duty. He was a really good environmental writer. And so we were, at the time that he was appointed by the governor to be on our board, we were listing bull trout as a threatened and endangered species in the United States. And the emphasis for that listing was the population of bull trout in Flathead Lake. They were blinking out. And so we had a lot of interesting debate about how our Flathead Lake Fisheries Management Plan would become a recovery plan for bull trout. So that's what we ended up doing. But there was a lot of real negative feelings about that from up north, off the reservation, from the charter fishing boat industry. And Michael became really concerned about that as a journalist and came out really strong in support of that. Fortunately, there was an opening. He ended up getting on our board. And so Michael Jameson became a really strong advocate for not only the reservation resources and our people, but that really supreme vote or voice for those animals that can't speak for themselves, for bull trout in particular. So consequently, we have a really good fisheries management plan for Flathead Lake, and Michael Jameson was critical in getting that moved through the system. So Michael's not here right now. We'll give him his stuff as soon as we can. The next person would be a tribal council appointee, Whisper Camel Means. If you come up. Whisper, let's see, is that 3 tours of duty? 4? Yeah, I think it's 14 years, something like that. So Whisper has been working for our Fish and Wildlife Division for quite some time. We were able to scoop her up in college, you know, and recruit her, get her in. And so she's been a really good resource for knowing the landscape, knowing the issues, and developing that I guess you'd call it collaborative nature with other professionals on the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks state side of management. And so she was promoted recently with the program manager of the wildlife program retiring. Whisper was promoted into that position. Consequently, she was required to resign her position on our Fish and Wildlife Board. And so, Whisper, thank you for your years of service.
Thank you.
I'm sure you know how to use that bear spray. So the last person I'd like to recognize right now is my good friend, I promised myself I wouldn't get emotional. But come on up, Terry. It's extra bittersweet that Terry was able to do the 7 tours of duty for us. Just a stalwart of resource protection, as you heard him talk about it, I consider him a brother. And always will be. Thank you. So that's the folks we want to recognize today. Council certainly knows that this is critical for you to be honored and respected, and your community service is outstanding. We're fortunate to have both tribal members and non-members that are you, and we continue to hope to have additional folks to step forward. Just a little pitch. You have 2 vacancies for tribal members to be on the board to replace Terry and Whisper. So those of you that have that outstanding ability, just on a sidebar, I'll give you this update later on, but we've been interviewing a lot of folks to take positions with us, new positions in Fish and Wildlife at the Bison Range. And the one thing that some of the interviews I've been part of, and every interview that I've been part of, tribal members stepping up, applying for these jobs. I wish I could hire all of them. Haven't had one bad interview. Everybody's sincere. They want to do the right thing. They want to protect the resources. They want to be part of the future. And so I look forward to people stepping up, replacing Whisper and Terry and all the positions that we have. So anyway, little plug. Thank you, guys.
So with that, we'll have an honor song. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may say one more thing, I just wanted to address it to, last year, when we talked about the memorial coming up on Sunday, my mother passed away last July, and yesterday evening, my brother passed away. But last July, and this is so important for support of your family and friends. Last July, when we were gathering for my mom's service, Freddie Matt sent me a photo of my brother Terry back when he was in high school. And of course, my brother wasn't doing very well then either. He passed away from a head injury yesterday, but complications from other health effects. But that photo that Fred sent was a highlight of our afternoon, you know, showing Terry in high school, and there was all these young guys, Archie Fuqua and, you know, Fred's brother Danny and some other folks, and just a great photo. But those little things matter. We're talking about a time of loss. So I wanted to thank Fred for that in particular. So love to everybody.
Thank you, Tom. And our prayers are with you and your family at this time. And, you know, thank you for showing up today through all of that. It just goes to show the dedication of all of our staff. And, you know, with a loss like that, I don't know that I could show up and, you know, go through with the work. At this time, I wanted to present the Michael T. Pablo Chairman's Award. So back in the day, this award was established. The first one was given out in 2001. And as we all know, the late, great Mickey Pablo was, well, you've heard the stories earlier about how people in DC, you know, opened the door for him and welcomed him. And, you know, he really was a legend. So last year, we weren't able to, we're kind of preoccupied with the pandemic, so we didn't give out that award. But there's two people, when I thought about everything that had happened in 2020, in addition to the pandemic, there was one huge endeavor that staff had been working on for years. And it was kind of the last of three things that this previous tribal councils had set as goals. One was the dam, taking back of the former Kerr Dam, and I'm going blank on the second one. The Bison Range and the water compact. So on December 29th, I think it was like just minutes before the new year, our water compact was passed and signed by the administration. So the two people that I wanted to honor today was Rhonda Swaney and Ryan Rushi. So Rhonda Swaney has been integrally involved in the CSKT water compact for years, along with several other team members from natural resources, the legal department, elders, previous councils, going back decades. Rhonda's a steady force with an unwavering dedication to CSKT, its people and the lands. I remember Rhonda as the Natural Resource Department head, as a tribal council chairwoman, and when she went off to law school. I had the utmost respect and admiration for this woman who's an amazing example of a visionary leader. Thankfully, her and the water team spared council the many dirty details involved in the endless negotiations with the state and federal partners. I only witnessed the last 8 years of this process since my time on council, when it was being introduced into the Montana State Legislature for the first time. That experience alone taught me a lot, and it gave me a lot of insight into who our neighbors are and who our guests are on this reservation. Rhonda, in my experience, has always been a calming force and a real caring individual who can work with all and remain professional through all of that. She has worked with and mentored countless attorneys during her career, and her department has really had a hand in shaping Indian law throughout the country, and now is responsible for bringing the CSKT Water Compact to fruition, the largest settlement in US history. So thank you, Rhonda. Ryan Rushi. Ryan Rushi came to CSKT a few years ago from the Fort Peck Indian Reservation. He has a pretty impressive resume, having served as a county attorney and several other jobs before coming to serve in our prestigious legal department. I recently learned that Ryan has brought over $4 billion to Indian country through his efforts throughout the years, which includes $1.9 billion to CSKT for our water compact. He was assigned by Rhonda to get ratification of the water compact, and he did the most amazing job in forming coalitions of water users, not just the locals, but all throughout our Aboriginal territories. People of every political makeup from here to Washington, D.C. Ryan's a really intelligent guy, but at the same time, he's really down to earth, easy to talk to, and he knows his stuff. He has this really awesome knack for drawing these analogies and painting pictures for the layman to understand his points. One such analogy I remember from a couple years ago had to do with the number of water claims that we had across our usual and accustomed places. And some people were saying 10,000, some were saying 3,000. And we're like, well, what is it, Ryan? And he compared it. He said something like, well, it's kind of like bags of M&Ms. You know, you could have a bucket of 10,000 M&Ms, or you could have bags of different M&Ms and, you know, but it's all the same. And so I didn't bring those M&Ms today, but that's been in my mind for like 2 years. So one of these days you'll get your M&Ms. Ryan's all about building relationships, networking, and getting the job done. And most recently, we stole Ryan from the legal department to assist in implementation of that same compact and other complex administrative duties we have on our plate as a result of the pandemic and the government relief packages that brought, that you've heard so much about today. In recent council discussions, he shared the process that he used in getting a team and resources together with an end goal in sight. And we're about to set him loose on those new council priorities and give him some new challenges. So with that, please join me in recognizing and honoring Rhonda Swaney and Ryan Rushi for their awesome efforts in getting the CSKT Water Compact over the finish line. If you guys could come up. Yeah, you could bring them up. I don't know if you guys want to say anything.
You want to say anything, Rhonda?
I guess I'm not following protocol. I apologize.
So we'll let them say a few words and we'll have a picture with the award and then we'll have an honor song.
This has been quite a journey. Getting the water compact over the finish line. It's taken a lot of years, and it's funny when I go to meetings now and people ask, how long have you worked on it? And I have to confess it's been a long time, and it tells people how old I am. So it's it's been a journey, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to have worked on it through many administrations, through many councils, through many friends, through many colleagues. And it wasn't so much a job as something I was blessed to do. So I appreciate the journey. I appreciate how it was able to come to the end, and Ryan pushed it over the top. Thank you.
I don't know how to follow that. I couldn't agree more with anything you just said. I mean, the group of people that I've been so lucky to work with on this endeavor over the past 5, 6, 7 years, however long it's been. I mean, natural resource staff, I see Casey Ryan sitting out there. I just got a nice thank you note from him, and just kind of choked me up. I'm not talking close enough to the mic. Seth Makepeace, Dan Lozar, Mary Price, all the lawyers in our office, Rhonda, all the various council members I've worked with over the years. It's just so fun to be part of something that's bigger than you. And that's been really what's been so awesome about being a part of this, is that, leadership from that tribal membership put in place years ago, and have continued to do so. And those people continuing to build this team with these common visions, that logo that says a people of vision. I mean, that I saw that when I walked in the first day and was like, oh, that's a cool, catchy slogan. And man, it really means something. I mean, you guys are it's awesome. So thank you so much for this. It's super humbling. So thank you all.
So with that, we'll have another honor song. Okay, next up, we'll have 3 really brief updates. The first one is from Rick Enos and staff. And he'll give an update on the American Rescue Plan Act update and organizational chart update. Are you still with us, Rick?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I will be brief. I know the agenda said, I think 40 minutes for me, but I can make it much shorter than that. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for the meeting today. I too miss seeing the council chambers full, and but the one thing I will say is I'm incredibly grateful to be now working with Ryan in the implementation phase of the Water Compact, and Rhonda and council. We have a really good team that can now take a stab at other impossible tasks, and hopefully do amazing things for the membership with the Water Compact funds and all of the other funding that we're getting down the pipe, including the American Rescue Plan. Hopefully you can all see my screen. I was asked to put together an update on the American Rescue Plan, and I want to start by saying that this update is just focusing on one portion of the American Rescue Plan funding. That's the Fiscal Recovery Fund. This funding is the portion that the tribes received. It's CSKT's portion of $20 billion set aside through the Treasury. We received our first distribution of $38.9 million in May, and we're anticipating our second distribution, which has been touched on by a couple of the council members already, to come through in July. We still don't know exactly what that amount will be, but we hope to know in the next couple weeks. And all of this money, the 38.9 plus what we'll get in the second distribution, can be used through the end of December in 2024. So we have a 3-year window to allocate and obligate those funds. A few of the current and discussed priorities, the big one and the only one so far that we've taken any action on is the $2,000 distribution to all members that is scheduled for July 16th. So that takes a good portion of what we've received so far and allocates it. But for the remaining amount and what we're going to get in the future, here are some of those things that the council has already mentioned. And they're all subject to, sorry, I just got a text to speak a little louder. I'll do my best. Hopefully that's a little bit easier to hear. The first is assistance to households. And I guess what I would say with all of these different priorities, and it's been mentioned a few times by the council, there's some themes here, and the themes are assisting, helping the membership in all of the various ways that they can, but they're really broken down into economic help for daily needs, assistance for housing, and all of the things that go around that. So water and sewer, home repairs, housing shortages in general, so homelessness and underhoused folks, mental health care needs, staying at home and being disconnected for so long has caused a pretty significant strain on our mental health as individuals and really as a people. And so council's very focused on providing options for that, including treatment centers, alternative court options, and really the gamut of what you might think of to address mental health care needs. Also including broadband or increased access to the internet and all of the features of life that brings us. And then the other kind of big bucket is helping out those businesses and industries that were impacted in some manner by COVID, to really help us all get back on our feet and supporting the community at large in that way. It's been mentioned that council is continuing to work to determine those uses. And I think their next meeting is next Wednesday. So I think all of the membership should see some, I guess, more communication about what's next. And as Councilwoman Gillen mentioned, that may come in the form of a resolution to attack some of these big issues, and we're excited to get started on that. And one of those is that's potential is homelessness. You know, this big issue that really doesn't have a simple fix, but that's why I'm excited that Ryan is on our team now. That he relishes in taking hard things and getting to work on them. So we're excited to see what council wants to do next. Moving on, I was also asked to provide an update on the government reorganization. And this has been touched on by several council members, but I want to start with the why. And it really started with these four things. Council being given the opportunity for more time to focus on planning for the future. The water compact is generational, has generation changing potential if we do it right. And that's going to require a lot of council time. How we absorb and implement and improve the bison range, and what we do with the upcoming infrastructure bill and really everything else that's going to be coming at us for the next 20 to 50 years requires a lot of focus. And the reorganization was intended to help council focus on those things. Along the same vein, it was to allow for greater continuity in the administration of the government. And that's important because when you are looking at how do you implement long-term objectives, stability and continuity is a key aspect of success there. And this new structure is intended to provide that stability, even if council does change over. And next is to improve communications between the council to the membership, the staff, and really in both directions. With more time to focus on long-term things, that means more planning discussions, that means more opportunity to hear about the concerns, the desires and anticipated or wished for outcomes for council actions from the membership and staff. And this reorganization is intended to both provide the time, but also the structure to allow that to happen in a more improved fashion. And ultimately, all of those things, but we're also working on some specific aspects. It is intended to improve ultimately the services to the membership, what we do, how we do it, and ultimately what you should expect as membership from the government. That it hopefully that is something that you'll see an improvement in as a result of this reorganization. I believe everyone has probably seen this, but in case you haven't, this is the revised org chart that that was a result of the reorganization. And it shows, as I believe at least one of the council mentioned earlier, it wasn't just a moving of positions away from direct council oversight. It was also an alignment of our departments and programs into areas that that have a common cause, a common purpose. And so we have a tribal member services group, a tribal resource management group, a government administration group, and a financial management group. And each of those teams share similar characteristics. And that's important because those common characteristics create a common cause, which means that that entire team can be pulling in the same direction and all aligning their efforts to do what they're intending to do in the most efficient and ultimately most effective manner. And then finally, I wanted to hit on what you should all expect. I think it's important to have accountability in any big decision like this. And part of that is knowing what the intended outcomes are supposed to be. And so really quickly, I'll just go through these. The first is that you should see, and I think we already are seeing, more council time spent on reviewing, revising, updating ordinance and policies in a manner that allows them the time and the resources to actually address the issues that are affecting the membership in the community. It's a lot of work to go through an ordinance. Some of them take a long time, and it takes a really focused effort to make sure that the changes that are being deliberated, I guess, are really effective at addressing the issues that they're intended to address. Second, more tribal council time on long-term planning. And this includes things that may or may not be ordinance or policy driven, but things like the housing challenges on our reservation, the economic challenges on our reservation. How do we address substance abuse? You know, those big needed conversations and ultimately action that we can put into place to address those long-term issues. You should also expect as a member of the tribe to see an increased frequency of communication. We're trying to do some small things right now to do that. One example is streaming council meetings on YouTube as well as Facebook. The other is more frequent communication and more timely communication of the big decision points within council meetings. And also an increased responsiveness and customer service focus from CSKT staff to the membership and general public. That is because that was a focus, that's a focus of our staff as a whole right now. And over time, our goal is to become a place where everyone has the best experience possible in whatever dealings they have with with the tribe as a government, and that we're meeting the needs of the membership. And then lastly, kind of reiterating this, the increase in opportunities from the membership to tribal council as they deliberate. What the future holds is something that the membership desires to and should have a voice in. And this reorganization, by freeing up time for council, is going to also focus on providing increased opportunities for membership input. And that is the end of my quick presentation. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions if you would like that, but I was focused on trying to get you back on schedule.
Thank you, Rick. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
It is part of question and part of comment, I guess. I saw in the organization chart that the two culture committees were, well, not buried, but not having a direct tie to the tribal council like they have in the past. And I'm kind of concerned about that. And I just want to share with you quickly a thought that I had back in the 1980s when I worked on the first reorganization, if you will. And that was that we wouldn't think in this day that the tribal council would not have a direct working relationship with its attorneys to deal with the present law, to deal with the politics, to deal with all of the things that are contemporary. That's a very important part of who we are. But even more than that is who we are and where we have been. And the culture committees and their knowledge and the work with the elders represents that. So I would like to see very much that there be a tighter working relationship between the culture committees, the elders, and the tribal council, just like you would have a very close working relationship with your attorneys. So my question is, absent a change in the organization chart, what will be done to facilitate a stronger working relationship between the council and the culture committees so that we can keep pace with what we have laid out in our mission statement and in our vision statement in the ways that we do things, right? That's what it says. How are we going to do that?
So one of the ways that I guess we've thought about addressing that specifically is having one-on-one time with those elders committees on a monthly basis. Up until now, when I've been on council, if our schedules allow, we'll go to St. Ignatius or we'll go to Elmo. Now we're going to have a dedicated time to meet with them every month. So that's one way. Does anybody else want to add anything? Sharmel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Greg, for that question and comment. It has been brought up before to me as well. And I had, quite a conversation actually with someone about it about a month or so ago when this first was rolled out, and that the same concern was raised. And then we talked about, the history of the government as, as we were before the organization, before the Indian Reorganization Act, what was the original structure of our tribal government, and how did we operate under the system of chiefs and sub-chiefs and elders and so forth. And I really think that, that is something that we have to continue to look for ways to preserve that structure, whether it be how we serve individually and we go and stay connected, or whether it's this formal structure and organization. So, you know, the way I look at it is, and we probably need to just draw the square in there, but the way I look at it is the elders continue to be the advisors, and I think it's erroneous that it doesn't show that. And I appreciate that it's been brought to our attention, the way that it's being brought to our attention, because I don't think that it was intentional. I really don't. And I think that it's one of the ways that I see us needing to continue to adapt throughout the process of implementing this. So I always see that we have elders advisory boards and committees, and we expect that those are continuing to be vital parts of the review process, the inputs and the advice that needs to be provided through those elder councils. I believe we have to maintain those. I think we all agree we have to maintain those. And maybe we just need to draw the square to make sure that everybody keeps that in mind. The membership is still at the top of this org chart. The elders councils are still vital parts of the advisory system, and we need to maintain that. I do think that there's so much more that the culture committees do that's so important. And, you know, in regards to resource management and cultural resource management and all of the interactivity that has to happen with the IDT process, the interdisciplinary team process that happens when, for example, they're reviewing the forest management plan right now and creating all of these, you know, policy recommendations and decisions. You know, that's where I see the harmony in where they're placed in that resource management column. But that doesn't mean that the Elders Advisory Committee isn't still a critical, vital advisory component to and directly to the council. So that's my feeling about it. Thank you.
Carol?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Greg, for that question. And I would have to agree with you, Greg. I was reluctant when I seen that on the org chart and when it changed. And I'm still a little apprehensive about the change, but until I know the difference between when it was at that level with the council or where it's at, if there's really a difference. I really don't know what the outcome's gonna be. Maybe there won't be any major changes in that relationship. And like Shelley said, you know, being able to meet with them on a monthly basis on a schedule, it might be good, but also on the other hand, our culture is who we are as Indian people. And if we don't keep that on the forefront of what we do every single day, and we all know things happen and we need that expertise and that knowledge to be, you know, to be explained to us sometimes. And so, yeah, I guess I'm just waiting to see, not to be too critical, but I think also to be cognizant of that it could change back. You know, we'll just see what the relationship is. But if it gets too far removed, then I'm getting a little nervous because the government has always had it there. And just because we had it there doesn't mean it needs to be there now. I just don't know. And so I respect your question. And I think all of us, you know, this is all a stepping stone. We're all learning. And so, and I don't think anything's cut in stone right now. You know, if we find out it's not working and the culture committees say, you know what, you need to change us back because we should be similar to the courts, hands off, but we can advise, you know, we can advise you. So, yeah, so I'm willing to at least give it a little time and see how we do with it. But very good question. Always, that was always on the top of my mind too. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Sharmell. Thank you, Greg, for that question. If there's no other questions. Okay. Thank you, Rick. So now we can move on to the bison range update. I think we have Tom and Steph.
Hesk Sinyaku Kane. I don't know if Tom's getting up there or if I have.
I'm right here, Steph.
Oh, okay. Take it away.
Yeah, let me do just a brief update for those listening in and attendance here. Being summarized, what we're doing out there pretty well. The water legislation allowed us to assume actions and property, the asset of the bison range come January. The tribal council set direction for the tribes to staff, in particular legal department, to move the bison range property into BIA trust status on behalf of the tribes as soon as possible. That did happen. There's a 2-year transition period for the tribe's full operation of the bison range facility. Tribal council has given us direction to try to expedite that and do it in a year. So come January 1st of 2022, we hopefully we'll be fully staffed and prepared to do all the operation of the bison range. So right now we have a collaboration between the service and the staff that we've hired to date to operate the bison range. Visitor services in particular, we have assumed full operation of that with the assistance of the former operators, the Fish and Wildlife Service staff, Andy Sorrell and her folks helping us with visitors coming to the visitor center. But we've housed the visitor center with our employees to take receipt the gate and inform the visitors on what's going on. We've also started hiring some of the positions. We have a coordinator position to oversee mainly the functions on the ground at the bison range in collaboration with existing program managers in our natural resource department to manage day-to-day operations. That coordinator position was filled by Leonard Gray. He's been out there now for nearly a month. We've also identified an additional law enforcement personnel staff that needs to be dedicated to the bison range in particular. And that selection has happened, and we've hired an individual. Isaiah Insetio will be a new game warden on staff. We've also moved forward because of the uniqueness of the landscape there with I&E, information education, security, technology, bringing that site into today's world of electronic age and communication, electronic apps, et cetera, electronic fee systems. We created an IT position that would help us manage websites that we have in our department, and also new websites for the bison range in particular. And we made a selection for that person too, Antoine Paul. So we're waiting for him to start pretty soon. We've also done some interviews for some of the maintenance staff, and just recently made a selection for the lead maintenance worker that will be directly under the foreman. And that person was selected was Willie Stevens. And the foreman position we just interviewed the other day, and we've made a selection for that, waiting for the negotiation process to end for that particular position. Let's just say that person is one with extreme knowledge and experience at the bison range for past 35 years. So we're hoping to solidify that hiring of that person come next week. We also have wildlife biologist positions yet to fill, a few other positions, but in trying to be efficient with this operation, we didn't want to create another tier of administration because, as most of us know, the bison range came to us, but without an operating budget. So the tribes need to be very diligent and effective and efficient and make it a success, the full operation of the bison range. So a lot of the program managers that we have will assume a lot of the responsibilities at the bison range. So our wildlife program manager will basically be responsible for all the wildlife, but under the coordination of the bison range coordinator and myself. So there's those type of functions that are collaborative and been assigned to existing staff. So we're moving forward. Steph will talk about the visitor center, what's going on there. I know at the one of the last updates with council, there was a question about bringing big medicine back, and Fred Mapp brought that up a couple times. So in researching that and contacting the Montana Historical Society executive director, they are of the position, at least the executive committee or executive board, that big medicine is the amount of big medicine is in really fragile state. They're very concerned about him moving anywhere. So they're extremely reluctant and basically opposing the movement of big medicine anywhere. So they are open to additional suggestions and discussions. I think as we move forward, if tribal council really wants to support that, which I think a lot of folks do, we really need to have our own assessment of big medicine to see if he can be moved and exactly how we would facilitate the housing of big medicine and the display of big medicine back at Moise. So we're working on that. Hope to advance that a little bit farther. We do have a couple other unique things that are I'm kind of hoping to see happen with the bison range as far as role modeling. We did acquire the first 2 all-electric vehicles for use at the bison range. Really like that. We do have an electrician that's currently figuring out how we're going to do the electric charging stations, a public charging station for visitors at the bison range. So as we move forward, as we deal with climate change, we deal with the sensitive nature of wildlife resources that are so important to all of us. We want to make sure we role model as best we can, and we appreciate council support with that and direction. So being in the electric business, hopefully that transition behooves us being a major electrical provider down the road. I'll turn it over to Steph now.
Lemlemch, Tom. And I do have a brief, like 8 slides, because I think pictures speak 1,000 words. And I know a lot of council had come out to visit the site. So I am going to share my PowerPoint. Oh, that's the end. And I will be brief. Again, Chesk Sinyakuke Pesia. Good afternoon. And I'd just like to start off by thanking Terry Kenner for his words, and definitely important to honor our ancestors before us and all of the tribal employees involved in this hard work in this process to be allowed to have the honor of being involved in the process right now. So Lemlemch again for that. Also, congratulations to all the awardees for the Fish and Wildlife Board, and also Rhonda and Ryan for the prestigious Mickey Pablo Award. Congratulations to everyone. So I'm just going to give a brief presentation of the Bison Range Visitor Center. This is just a progress report from April to July of this year, which it has been a fast and furious process so far. So April 7th, we begin the construction of converting the media room into a gift shop. And I had at this time hired 2 emergency hire employees. And what I thought was going to take my 2 emergency hire employees a week's time, we had about 7 of the Fish and Wildlife staff jump in to help, and we got it done in a day. So you can see the carpeting in here. There was carpet on the walls. Keep in mind that this building was constructed in the early 1980s, so it's about 40 years old. And I know things tend to come back, but I don't think this carpet was going to be back in style. So it was good to get it pulled up and get something new in there. And on April 12th, we started museum reconstruction, and we had torn off there was some wallpaper murals that were on, and again, from the 80s. And we did have some issues, as you'll see in the photo over here, with the drywall peeling, and I'll talk about how we handled that issue. April 16th, we had the drywall contractor and the painter come in. So again, we had the gluing on the wall. We had the drywall contractor patch up holes, and that worked out really well. I had my emergency hire start painting the entrance, which we turned it from that brown entrance to gray. It really brightened it up. April 20th, we had, on one of our field trips through the bison range, I noticed this building, and this tree is actually leaning on the shed. The shed's almost ready to fall over. So, and I had a thought, we could probably repurpose this wood to use as wainscoting in the gift shop, and it actually turned out beautiful. So these are my emergency hire crew again, who I had a great crew, and what they did was used a wire brush to take off that aging process, that it's just black residue from the aging process of the wood. And this is what it turned out to look like. So it was amazing. I had a painter come in May 4th to paint within the gift shop. We had floor installation happen May 13th. This closet door, I asked my contractor if he could, it goes into a closet and it was just open. So I asked him if he could construct a door out of that barn wood to repurpose and use as a closet door, which turned out amazing. We also used these handles from that shed. He also then came in and put up the wainscoting. So this is all that lumber that we took off that shed and brushed, and this was what was underneath. So pretty amazing. And during this whole time, we've also had the electrician who Tom had mentioned he's updating all the lighting to be UV lighting. And we did repurpose this shelving material, and just did, I had my crew put on stain, and those were made by a Fish and Wildlife staff employee who's been there and is still there right now. Very handy guy. And so we wanted to use them, and we simply added lights within them. These will be locking cabinets for our vendor beadwork or more expensive stuff that we want to protect. So this is what the museum area turned out to look like. So one issue with that peeling sheetrock was we could not get, the painter was concerned because if he were to put over primer, it would bubble. So I couldn't get my drywall guy back in. He was too busy. So thankfully the painter used to be a drywall guy. And so he had to go through this long process of putting a skim coat on, sanding it, popping bubbles if they appeared, putting another skim coat on, sanding it, and then painting it. So right now, this is where we're at in the process of, we do have our bare walls, our blank canvas, and we are ready to go. Currently, we have about 3/4 of the museum designed, and our process for design is that David and I will go through our already published materials from our culture committees and put it together on a layout, and then we review it internally. Right now, we have several projects that are being reviewed by the culture committee, and we also have a scheduled, I scheduled them with a walkthrough to kind of go through so they could see how it would lay on the walls, and we had to reschedule that. So hopefully next week they'll be in and we can kind of talk about the process and the design walls and how we have it laid out. So it goes to them, it comes back to us for a final review, and then it goes to the printer. So we are moving along well. I have right now a crew of 2 park aides who, pretty much are doing a little bit of everything as far as pulling weeds. I have them staining, touch-up painting. So just a little bit of everything to keep our process moving forward. And finally, we do have about 12 signs that have been printed and have been delivered. And we have about half a dozen that are ready to be sent to the printer. So a couple of these, I need to talk to Montana Department of Transportation because this sign goes outside on the highway. They have specific rules and regulations. And we're also looking at hiring. We talked to the maintenance program. We had the sign people come in, and the current maintenance staff, and they're kind of down to 1 or 2 people. So what we're doing now is looking at using them because we have to take down the signs that are currently there, and they have to send them off to be stored. And so we're working with them, and we're looking at contractors to be able to come in. There's different aspects as far as rock walls that signs need to be put onto. And so we believe we have a contractor that we are meeting with next week to hopefully start getting all these signs on the landscape. So it's definitely moving along, and it's pretty exciting process. So with that, that is all I had. Lemlem.
Thank you for that update. Do we have any questions from the audience? Go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Council. One of the questions I wanted to ask was on the turnover. The land has been put in trust already for the tribes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Tom was mentioning there was a collaboration of running it for the next 2 years. And I was wondering why that was put in the turnover language, because didn't we operate that at one point in time without the service involved? Thank you. The other question is the council considering moving the visitor center up on top of River Valley? If that's a possibility, I think it would be extremely beneficial to bring in more tourists.
We have had conversations about that. That's, I think, kind of a long-term goal of ours, to move that visitor center and actually combine it with the Three Chiefs Cultural Center, because they don't have a permanent home. They're just leasing the current space in St. Ignatius right now. So yeah, it's a long-term dream, but the transfer didn't come with any funds. So we're just working through that as well.
I understand that part. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Okay. We will move on to our last item, which is a water compact update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's my pleasure to turn everything over to Ryan. As you've heard, the reorganization has realigned things, and implementation of the water compact will be much more than a legal natural resources kind of effort. With Ryan taking the position of Chief of Staff in the administration, he will be able to bring together a lot of tribal initiatives that can be enhanced, that can be focused differently, and supported with the water compact implementation, especially the settlement. So we've started that process. I have to say, at first, it kind of hurt my feelings because I thought I would be taken out of the process and not be able to see things actually hit the ground. However, as we've worked through it, I think we're going to have to continue to work together. It's not, I won't be just stuck up in the legal department. So I appreciate the work through, and I'll turn it over to Ryan for updates on all the details.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think one of the things I just want to start out sort of as an introduction before I kind of update and tick off some of the things. One of the exciting things about sort of transitioning into this side of things is that over the course of my career, last 20 years or so, I've worked on a lot of things that, I mean, my focus has really been about trying to get resources and bring them to Indian country, whether it was through litigation or legislation or whatever it happened to be, sort of from the legal side. I always sort of have you know, you get down after something big happens and you're kind of like, I feel bummed about it. Part of that is because, you know, bringing in the money doesn't always make the difference that you want it to make. You hope it does, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of other factors at play. And so I think one of the exciting opportunities we have here with this water settlement is that it opens up the possibility to actually bring about real change and not just be an infusion of cash that, you know, goes to Walmart and then is gone. So really excited about that. And on that note, I'll let you know that one of obviously we've had several reports. We've been out at district meetings giving reports on stuff. I reported to the last couple of quarterly meetings on where things have been, and we are continuing to work on sort of all the nuts and bolts of getting the compact signed by the Secretary of Interior and getting all the little trains and vehicles in motion for everything to start happening on the implementation side, getting money moved, getting things set up to actually administer programs and things associated with the rollout of implementation that's going to go on for decades. One of the things I think we're most excited about, just how things have been playing out, is that for the uses that are authorized by the water settlement under the settlement that are unrelated to the irrigation project, the way things are starting to develop on that front, although we have a waiting period before the tribes are going to be able to access those funds, I think one of the things that is really cool is that it will, or sort of makes up for that, is that there's very good potential that it may end up being the type of fund that'll be perpetual, that it will be earning interest at a faster rate than we'll have any potential to spend it. And so it will hopefully be there into the future, into perpetuity for benefits to the tribes. So we're really excited about that. What goes hand in hand with that is that we have, as I've mentioned several times in these various meetings, one of the things that happened with the settlement is the settlement authorized the $1.9 billion federal contribution to settlement, and 900 million of that was actually appropriated with the bill, but we still have an additional $1 billion that we have to continue to go back and work with Congress to get appropriated on an annual basis. And one of the things we've been working on very aggressively over the past 6 months is to try to make sure that happens as swiftly as possible. we were lucky enough to have the administration propose that the compact be funded in addition to the money that's already been appropriated, that an additional payment be made in the upcoming budget. And that process is working through Congress right now. But the other and sort of more exciting facet of the legislative work that we're doing is we've been working very closely with our delegation in Congress, as well as the administration, the Biden administration, advocating for all of the funding to be addressed in the infrastructure proposal that's being discussed in Washington D.C. right now. And for those of you who've been watching the news, you know that there's a bipartisan deal that's being worked out right now, and the president's been involved in that. And so we're working very hard to try to include a significant component of the funds for that still need to be appropriated. So still too soon to say where that will go. Obviously, those big type of initiatives can sometimes fall apart, so we're not getting too excited yet. But we're doing everything we can to try to make sure that Indian water settlements are included in that discussion as they talk about big infrastructure like roads and bridges and things like that. So that's been consuming a lot of time recently, but we hope that we will have an opportunity, sort of like we did back in December when the big coronavirus relief package and budget for the fiscal year 2022-21 moved through Congress, and that included our settlement. So that's been a big part of what we've been working on lately. We also were notified by the Department of Interior this week that they have gotten everything in place that they need to authorize the Secretary of Interior to actually sign the compact, and that the state of Montana has signed off on everything for execution, and the Department of Justice is basically just doing one more review for their concurrence to be official. So we're looking forward to that. And on that note, because it has taken the bureaucracy of the federal government quite some time to work through that process, although we were planning to do sort of a signing ceremony virtually, now that the vaccination rates have been increasing and some of the gathering restrictions have been lightened up a little bit, there's a very real possibility that the council may have an opportunity to consider an in-person execution ceremony and give folks the opportunity to gather. And it's still too soon to know whether that's going to be possible or not, but I'm super excited because one of the things I haven't been able to do is sort of participate in recognizing all the other folks that were so critical in getting this thing across the finish line. So time will tell on that, but fingers crossed, maybe we'll be able to actually gather in person in the months ahead. So one other thing I wanted to mention today, and I actually had hoped to be able to do an in-person introduction. Some of you may know that we have a new superintendent of the Flathead Agency for the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the reservation, Shana Radford. She has been appointed by the Interior Department to be the chair of the federal implementation team, in addition to her duties as superintendent. And so we've been working with her for the past couple of months, and it's been really exciting because, you know, our relationship with the Department of Interior is it goes up and down. Sometimes we're on the same side of the table, sometimes we're on the opposite side of the table. Sometimes things can get heated and be very, very adversarial. But one of the things we haven't had a lot of here, particularly throughout the rest of the ratification process, is really somebody here on the reservation with an office across the street, who's really dug in and tried to understand and learn things. And Shana has really been doing that. She planned to come here today and we were going to introduce her, but she fortunately got pulled away on something else for today. But my hope is that with council's permission, chair's permission, that we'll be able to bring her here and introduce you to membership at the next quarterly meeting, because we're really excited. She's been a great advocate for the tribes and the membership on a lot of different issues that we've been working through recently. And so we're really pleased to be working with her. And then the last thing thing I wanted to mention is, I think, kind of my favorite part of the settlement right now is that we are continuing to make really good progress on initiating some programs that will focus on young people and education and training associated with the types of jobs that are going to be available decades into the future with the implementation of the compact and the water settlement. And so what we have planned right now is a youth camp for middle school, early high school age students to learn about some of the careers that exist within the tribes currently and will exist going forward relative to water compact work, some education on some of the history and legal principles, and really is designed to be an opportunity for people to have kids to have a little bit of hands-on experience on some of the work that folks do, and so that they can start thinking about career paths going forward. And with that, then that'll sort of be the thing that we'll use to launch that initiative. And then our hope is to really try to start working very closely. We've already had some good discussions with some schools, some colleges about the potential that's going to be out there in the future, so they can focus their education on that going forward, and people can, younger folks can start thinking about what they want to be when they grow up. Law school is always an option too. We'll have a table there. No, so we're really excited about that. We're looking towards sort of the second half of August, right before school starts, as a potential to get that off the ground, and we're hoping that we'll have the details out in the public in the next week or two. So really exciting opportunity. So that's what's going on in the waterfront right now. Hopefully that didn't put you. We're only an hour past. I don't think it was all me though, but thank you again for everything, and happy to answer any questions.
Is there any questions about the compact? Leonard?
Ryan, can you hear me? Ryan, you were out at the district meeting in Elmo. Explained the same thing, and you were asked by one of the elders out there about the creating jobs for the membership as far as general labor. Have you put any more thought into that and put anything on paper to get it to the council or out to the membership?
That's a great question, and the answer is yes. We've actually had we've been doing a lot of work on that in the last couple of days at the staff level, and last, I guess, Tuesday, just a couple days ago, we sort of set out a template for the council to give us some broader direction on some of those overriding principles. Particularly, one of the things that we discussed is dealing with jobs and unemployment and that kind of thing. So council's set aside some time next week to have some of those discussions. And once we get the green light, we have a lot of good ideas and that we're ready to start putting in motion that we think we can get off the ground very quickly. We've already got several staff members looking at some of the challenges that we might face to make sure that they aren't challenges. They're just things we have to get done. So our hope is that we really can start a program by the end of the fiscal year. That's kind of my goal based on the directions from council that would really try to address some immediate labor opportunities for folks out there who might be looking. So that's our hope, and could be rolling officially as soon as next week, I guess. So yeah.
Thank you. Another question is, you're talking about the efficiency of the irrigation project and having more water go down our regular streams. The question I have is, how is that going to be monitored so the adjacent landowners that aren't members start taking more than their fair share?
How do we keep people from stealing it? How do we keep people from stealing the water that we put back in the stream? Yeah,
that's another way of putting it.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And, you know, Rhonda is really the architect of the system that was put in place on that. And it's pretty brilliant, actually, but that's really a big part of how the compact, you know, lays the blueprints, the unitary management ordinance, provides the rules. And then we have a, you know, a board and staff that'll be there to be the arbiter of decisions. But a big component of it is really our water resources program and the measurement that they do, and the information that they have, and that's only going to continue to ramp up. One of the really exciting things that I should have mentioned today, but Casey Ryan has recently taken the reins of that program as the head of that program, and really excited about the opportunities that we presents with him taking over that, having some young, fresh ideas. And so that's really going to be the backbone, is the data that's out there. And so we'll be able to tell, you know, that if we're able to provide savings, that if somebody tries to take it, a water resources shop will be able to say, hey, there's a problem here. And then the compact and the UOMO provide the enforcement framework so that the tribes can actually do something about it, and we can get out of this system where we have been bystanders and not been able to do anything for the past 30 years or so.
Another question is, over the years, some of the tribal properties and allotments have been cut off of irrigation because of people putting in main lines. So ditches were removed. Is the compact going to address that also, to get those restored back to water? The tribes are paying for water and there's no water delivery point. We address those as we find out about them. But yes, generally the whole compact idea is based on historical use. So things that were in place continue to be in place. We're going to have to address those individual problems as time goes on. But yeah, we're working on that. And there are also provisions in the compact to increase the size of the project if the water is there and sufficient and people bring their water with them. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I would add just one other thing, is that there's the potential for the development of additional uses of the tribal water right. That, I mean, there's a significant source of water that's available for future development as well. So on Indian lands. So always important to remember that.
Great questions. Thank you. Okay. I think that wraps up our official presentations today. Do we have any comments from the membership out there? Questions, comments? Myrna? Thank you, Ryan and Rhonda.
I was hoping that Tom would hang around a little bit longer. This is kind of an update and a report from those of us in the community who are kind of working behind the scenes, I guess. This summer has been really busy for myself and several other people in the community who exercise our Aboriginal rights, and we go out in the land and we look at, we experience the land, whether we're digging bitterroot or we're gathering shoutumkan, which is tree moss, or we just go camping and go swimming and introduce our children and our grandchildren to the land. I did that yesterday with my granddaughters and my great-granddaughter. And so while we're there, I tell them the stories that I was given while I was on the land as a child, and introduce them to the people that were there when I was there as a child. And it's interesting to see Salmon Lake is the birthplace of my grandfather, my father's father. And when my middle granddaughter was so big, I would take them there and I'd say, okay, who was born here? I'd want them to think about that. And they'd all be trying to race and guess first. And the older granddaughter this time said, this is where our great grandfather was born, And this is where they camped, and it was good to see that their minds are able to take that information and integrate it. And I told her, I said, one of these days you're going to be the voice for this land. You're going to be the voice that protects this land and this water, because it's ours. It may not be a part of our reservation. It may not be somewhere where we go week after week, maybe once a year, maybe twice we'll go there. But they will be the voice. We went and set up a camp, a culture camp at Sealy Lake, and we went into the park, and it was really odd because we were in the park, but it was the only place where the Shoutumkan was really thick and long and clean. Our traditional lands in Placid Lake, the Shoutumkan has gotten so, it's old and it's picked up all the needles and the stuff that falls out of the tree. So by the time you're done cleaning it, you might have one little handful left after you pulled everything out. And so we decided to go there. And that information came to me by way of one of our tribal members works for the Forest Service. And I was asking him where we could get some that was long and clean and plentiful. And so he pointed me towards Sealy Lake, and we went there, and we didn't even have to leave camp. We just stayed right in our little circle and just gleaned everything off the trees there. And we had a group from upstairs, or NRD or DHRD, one of the kids groups came over for 2 days and helped. One of the parents came from another program in that same department, helped, and we also talked about what we were doing and the history and the cultural values behind that kind of gathering. And then we went to Corvallis this year. We learned about going on more about our land in that area. We know about Darby and the Medicine Tree and North Fork, and where my great 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 grandfather is buried on North Fork Pass of Idaho, and our knowledge of the land is expanding, and we're sharing that more and more with tribal people. When we go out on the land, we're contacting departments or letting people know where we're going and what we're doing, so that we can say, come on, come with us and participate with us and learn about what we're doing and why we're doing it. We were fortunate this year to have Lucy Vanderberg come with us, and it stirred a lot of memories, because her growing up in our family, we spent a lot of time in Placid and Sealy and Ovando, all of those areas, and she hadn't been there in a long time, and so it was kind of an emotional visit for her and for me, because the more she remembered it, I would fall in line with some of that. So recently, I was asked to join a group called the Montana Conservation Elders, and the group is an offshoot of the Montana Wilderness Association, and it was started up by Smoke Elser, a good friend of my father's. The purpose of that is to gather all the conservationists in Montana that want to be a part of this group and work together on a legislative level and work together on a community level and a state level to learn how we can support the efforts of any group in the land that are trying to stop logging or trying to contribute a better way of being on the land, rather than just clear cutting or destroying cultural sites or infiltrating places like the Scapegoat or the Bob Marshall. And I recently visited with Katie McDonald to begin the conversation about how are we going to monitor our sacred sites in the Bob Marshall, and who's going to be responsible for that, and who is currently got it on their calendar or on their radar to pack your horse and go into the Bob Marshall and look at those sites. And we need to be very much active and very much living with and on the land and helping people understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and who we are. While we were at the Sealy camp, these two Forest Service workers walked by us one day. Well, first, when we were doing the investigative work, we talked to the Forest Service manager at the gate and told them what we were looking for and why we wanted to camp there. And she was really excited. And when we came back, she said, I was hoping that you would come back. And she said, would you mind if we came and visited you at your camp and learned what you guys are doing, learn of what you guys are doing? So later on, her and her friend came over, and the one lady happened to be a botanist. And so we educated them on what we were doing with the moss, how we prepare it, how we think about it, how we think about the ground we're walking on, how we think about our ancestors being included in that scenario. And then we gave them some mountain tea, and they were very, not just like a touristy thankfulness, you know, oh, that's so cool for the moment. It's so cool. But this seemed to impact these people because they also are people of the land. They live in Sealy Lake. They have relationship to the land. They shared stories with us. And I just felt like there was a heart-to-heart communication between us. And we came to an understanding and a new level of knowing one another. And I think that is so important. And that was why I wanted Tom to hear it, because there's a lot of us working in the land and with the land to preserve the land and perpetuate culture. And I just think it's important for all of us to know what each other's doing or how we think about that. I would like to invite Whisper, if I could, to the elders meeting. We're having a meeting on the 12th of July at Magruder Ranger Station in North Fork of Idaho. And it's our first meeting together since COVID with the conservation elders to discuss how we're going to proceed, because we're a new organization, and they want to, we all want to figure out how to include the CS and KT piece of the plan. And I'll be reporting to you on that on a regular basis so that you know what that is. So I just thought it was important to say that, because there are more there. My family and relatives, we're always out somewhere doing something, even if we're just going to swim. We're educating, we're watching out and talking to Forest Service people and trying to do some relationship building. And I think that's vital in this day and age. And our friend Smoke Elser used to tell my dad, he said, you people have to come here often, even if it's just to pass through. He said, because you create a presence here. Nobody can say that you don't use this land, because in the legislative battles, those kinds of things come up. And if you don't use something, you have a better chance of losing it. And so that drives me. We recently went to Montour also to visit one of our outfitter friends who works out of Montour Ranger Station. And again, just kind of looking things over and looking down the trail into the Bob Marshall, wishing that we had our horses and we could just take off and go. But that's another day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Myrna. I just got a text from a member of the Lake County Democrats who are participating in the 4th of July parade in Polson. They're carrying a US and Montana flag, and they wanted permission to use the CSKT flag. Are you guys all good with that? Jordan?
I just have one request, that they be informed that we do not wish for them to hold our CSKT flag below the Montana state flag.
Okay.
That would be my request. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is there anything else? Leonard, I apologize. I have a meeting with the State Director of Commerce at 1, so I'm going to duck out and turn it over to Ellie.
Thank you. A couple more questions. One of my questions was because of the influx of people to the reservation, not just moving onto the reservation, but on the exterior boundaries, we're getting more recreationists here on our lands, and we have to take a step back and look at our recreational fees and start charging different rates for what these recreationists are using. You know, whether it's a bike or a horse or a four-wheeler or side by side, because they're out on our lands and they're not respecting it like they should. Not all of them, but there's enough of them that aren't. And I think, you know, we need to stop recreation and start getting tribal members out there watching some of our places that some of the elders don't want these recreationists to be. I think it's important that this council takes a look at it, you know, right away. It's important. One of the areas is up there in Jetty. I don't know how many of you guys passed Jetty, but on the right-hand side going north, there's a regular side-by-side trail in the ditch going all the way up into Jetty there. And so last year it was stopped because of COVID, and we had tribe members out there watching that area, but they still kind of go farther down the highway and still go on to tribal property. So I think it's important that we start every year in the recreation months is get some of these areas watched by tribal members. So the recreation will be cut down and the membership can use these lands. Any thoughts from council on that?
Thanks, Leonard. I do know that that's been a part of the conversations with Tom and his staff. They've held 2 meetings so far, and it's a part of the discussion about the need for the additional game wardens, what that coverage would look like, and then increased fees, areas that may be shut down specifically for tribal member use. But it's a part of that whole conversation that's happening, and it is recognized to be an issue that's we all see. So it is being looked at. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. The other question is, when Freddie was speaking today, he mentioned he was resigning from council. Is there an effective date when he's stepping down?
He thought, oh, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I was looking at the calendar and of course, honoring, you know, the old adage, a 2-week notice sort of a thing, but I was looking at the calendar and my last day will be the 16th, or well, actually the pay period ends on the 17th. And so the 17th will be my last day.
I didn't quite get the date.
Sorry, his last day will be February 7th, or February, Ju- the 17th of this month.
17th of this month.
Yeah.
So I was talking to a few council people about, I heard Freddie was withdrawing his name from the ballot. And it was said that the ballots were already printed. So how is council handling Freddie resigning and the current election coming up?
Mike, do you want to take that as our chair?
Leonard, we accepted his withdrawal and the ballots were not yet printed. And so his name will be taken off the ballot.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Mike, please?
What was that, Leonard?
I didn't quite hear you. Could you say that again, please?
I said we had accepted Freddie's withdrawal and that the ballots had not yet been printed and his name will be removed from the ballot before they're getting printed.
And where do you cite that under election rules?
I don't have them right in front of me right now, but we actually had the rules in front of us when we looked at it. I can find that out for you.
Yes, could you please?
Six E, Rule 6E, 6, paragraph E.
Okay, 6E talks about eligibility though. He qualified, right? He passed all the background checks and everything else?
When he decided that he would not take the office, he basically disqualified himself.
Okay, and was this brought to full council's attention and discussed?
It was brought to the election committee.
Under 6E, it says decided by tribal council, not
That's
by
if,
the election committee.
that's if the decision by the election committee is appealed, it'll go to full council. It hasn't been appealed to my knowledge.
But wouldn't you think, since full council made the rules, that you would automatically go to a full council?
Definitely on appeal. If the decision is appealed, it'll go to full council.
So if I appealed it, you'd take it to full council?
Appeal has to be made by somebody that's harmed by the decision, and if you show harm and take an appeal, yes, it'll go to full council.
Okay. And so you just use 6E for the decision, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The other question I want to, discussion I want to bring up is back to the irrigation project. Is there's about 6 tribal member ranchers out there in Round Butte where I live, and over the years, it must be about 20 years ago now, we got all the local ranchers, tribal and non-tribal together. I did at our place out there. And we were going to put in 1,000, put in a, what do you call it? A pipe that would service 1,000 acres out there where all of us would be able to tap into, all of us local ranchers. And I wanted to bring that to the attention of council, so when this project does go forward and stuff, that maybe someone can bring that to the irrigation project to have that put in because of the money we're getting. I think places like that could be well served for members and non-members alike. There's quite a bit of tribal land out there, so it's something that would benefit the membership, especially, and would cut our costs down as far as pumping charges. Thank you, Ellie.
Noted. Thanks, Leonard. Are there any other comments? If not, that concludes our agenda today. Go ahead.
And just to follow up with a question about the election, I feel like that we made that decision based on the integrity of the election. I don't think that having people on there that aren't eligible or that don't want the position should be on there because, you know, why do that if we know before the ballots are printed to leave them? And so, you know, the integrity of this election is huge this year. And so, you know, I appreciate your questions, but I think that our committee was solid on making their decision. The other issue I see that you're bringing up is the election committee is made by, you know why it's made up the way it is, bringing full council in when those people have a stake in the say or have some possible reason not, you know, like to decide one way or another. I don't think they should be part of that decision for the same reason, the integrity of the election. So thank you.
Respond to that, Ellie, Madam Chair.
I would say I agree with Martin's statement that in the last meeting we held, and after I visited with you, we did take it back and hold additional discussion and ultimately came to the decision about having people on a ballot who weren't going to be serving or had no interest in serving, and how we inform the greater membership on their desire not to participate. You know, there's going to be questions on people voting for certain candidates and maybe not understanding that they have no intention to serve the membership, and that we were able to take them off of ballot in a timely manner to assure that people on the ballot are specifically interested in serving, I think was the bottom line. And I would open that up to, Anita's not here and she would be the other person, but Mike or Martin for additional.
Okay. That's why you guys have this, you know, schedule of events, you know, for people to withdraw. And I totally understand where you're coming from on your guys' explanation that sit on the panel, the judges. But, you know, there was, I don't know if it was last election or election before, there was a tribal member that wanted to put in and wasn't allowed because the timeline had passed. And so that's not being fair to that tribal member either, because that tribal member decided that person wanted to run. And the judges stood by the schedule of events. And so I think that's one of the reasons the membership would like to see the judges chosen by towards the membership putting in for it. And it won't show a conflict of interest, in my own opinion. Because it's important that you guys it's your guys' responsibility to talk to your membership and to let them know you talk about transparency and rules are rules. But it seems like every time there's a rule made, council's able to withdraw from that rule, but the membership isn't. And so the lines being divided between the membership and the tribal council, tribal organization is getting wider and wider. Prime example was the last election, you know, was one of the lowest turnouts we had in a long time. And as a council and an organization, I think you need to try harder on getting more members voting. I made the comment at one of the, I think it was Charmel's district meeting, that why didn't the council just didn't decide to send out absentee ballots to all tribe members? And he said, well, we can't this year, but maybe next election. See, already he's thrown up roadblocks for tribal members that might want to vote this year by absentee, the ones that we've lost and that haven't voted for quite some time. Maybe that's the way of getting those people back in to vote. We talk about social media and our broadband and putting up more towers, but if the membership don't have those communication devices at their home, well, it doesn't matter how many towers you put up. It doesn't matter how much you put into Charcusta if tribe members don't get to Charcusta or read to Charcusta. You can send out all the emails you want, but not everybody gets emails. So there's a lot of things out there that I understand where you guys are going with it, but if it isn't reaching the membership, it's all in vain. They need computers and they need to learn how to run those computers. They need people to help them. Just surfing the net, they can buy things on the internet a lot cheaper than they can buy downtown. So there's a lot of advantages to what you guys are trying to do, but if it doesn't reach the majority of the members, it's a failure, in my opinion. And I just wish that when you guys look at communication, is take that step farther. Last year during the pandemic, there was a bunch of laptops given to mission schools district. And, how many of those actually got in the hands of tribal members there? Was it to the whole school or to the tribal membership? We have 2 Eagle and everyone there, every classroom should be full of computers for all of the kids that are going there. We gotta step farther ahead in our communication technologies to actually reach the hand of the membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Did you have some, Martin?
I do, and this is just kind of a disclaimer. And we should have done this before the meeting actually started, is we are in an election season. We try to keep that separate from our organization, our government, our meetings. And so going forward, I think council needs to be very cognizant of that and to keep that integrity that we talk about, to not allow campaign speeches and things like that. And my thing with this election is, I felt when I ran that it was my responsibility to get as many people out there to vote, whether they were for me or against me. And that's what my advice to anybody that's running this year is, go out, get people engaged, do a good job campaigning, and the chips will fall the way they will. And so I appreciate you guys being here. If you look at it, we have 3 people that are candidates still here. And so I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys being engaged. But our election committee will make the best decisions for our membership. So thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Go ahead, Mike. After Mike, Leonard. Thanks, Leonard. Go ahead, Mike.
Just one note. We're making every effort that we can to contact every eligible voter to let them know that an absentee ballot is available, and we'll mail them out as they request them.
Charmel?
I just want to acknowledge and say thank you for bringing it forward, because this governing body, I mean, this is, the oath. It's, and I always go back to this, the oath. The oath is the Constitution, and we have to be rule followers if you're going to uphold the Constitution. There is interpretation that comes with applying rules, and And I remember the circumstance that you're talking about because I was on the election board when 2 years ago, an individual asked to be added to the ballot 2 days after the deadline. And the reasons was, he said the staff wasn't available to take his application the times that he came in. And so he returned on a Monday morning to find the staff to take his application, and he was told that the deadline had passed. So the election board had to rule on whether or not we would accept that after the deadline, and our decision was no, we would not, because the schedule was set. So it is tough sometimes to know, I guess, what to do with rules, but that was the circumstance that you're referring to, and I did sit on that board. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramel. Any other comments? We have a motion to adjourn by Carol. Second by Len. Thanks, everybody, for being here today.